Ladies and gentlemen, we want to say good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining us in Jos, the capital of Plateau State. It's not the first time we're here in Jos. We were here sometime last year. So we want to say thank you for accommodating us again. We came here last year. It was fantastic. We had really good deliberations. And we want to say thank you for accommodating us. That's why we're here again this year. My name is Bernard Akede. I'm a lead correspondent at News Central Television. My colleagues are also here. We are all dressed in these shirts. We're here for this News Central Town Hall because we are concerned about the situation of the country. We've been going, I'll give you a brief history of News Central Town Hall. News Central Town Hall is a program where News Central Television goes to different parts of the country, trying to address some of the situations that have been happening. In this case, we're looking at the insecurity situation in the Middle Belt region. We were in Plateau State here last year, and then a few months ago, we were in Makurdi, the capital of Benue State, still on the topic. We were able to have very wonderful deliberations, and decisions were being made. What we hope to achieve is peace. We'll be calling several guests to come forward to speak with us, but we're paying particular attention and interest to those who have been directly affected. People who have been affected by the insecurity situation and their family members or relatives. We're going to have them come forward to speak to us in the shortest possible time so that we can see them and hear from them. And as the program goes on, we're also going to have people from civil society groups who will speak. We'll have security operatives who will speak. We would have people from the religious organizations who would also speak. We would equally have people from the traditional group, our traditional leaders, mothers and fathers who will speak to us. And definitely, of course, we have representatives of the government who would equally speak to us when we start. And we hope that by the end of today's program, in the shortest possible time, hopefully, we would have been able to get certain ideas concerning how we can actually engineer the ship of not just Plateau State, but of course the Middle Belt region and the country entirely towards achieving peace, which we seek. Once again, we want to say thank you for everybody who has come. We know it's a busy day and you have other things to do, but you chose to be with us today. We say again, thank you so much for joining us, and we hope that we're going to have peaceful deliberations. All right. So without wasting much time, I would like to call the first person we have on our list. I'll give a quick background. We've been able to speak to certain people who have told us how they've been affected. They've told us what has happened to them during this period of security. Again, please remember that we're not only talking about Plateau State, we're talking about people from across the Middle Belt region. So we'll be having representatives from the different states across the Middle Belt region. The first person I'd like to call is Jennifer Iyoshe, who has been a victim of some of the insecurities that we've been hearing and talking about. If Jennifer is here, Jennifer, please come forward. We'll be starting with you. Please come forward. Jennifer is joining us from Nasarawa State. Again, I mentioned that we have people from different states across the Middle Belt. Please again remember, like I said earlier, we are not using this to open wounds that are healing. We just want us to see and to hear for ourselves what exactly has been happening.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Jennifer Iyoshe. I'm from Nasarawa State, Doma local government, from Doga. We are facing a lot of things in my community. Issue of Fulani, they are just killing us because of no reason. They are telling us that we are a stranger in Nasarawa State, that we should go back to Benue State. I don't know the reason why they are doing all those things to us. First point, sometimes we will come back and be doing our farm work. They will just come and be eating our things in farm, eating corn, eating groundnut, eating egusi. When you tell tell them to leave your farm, they will ask you that, are you sure that you will eat what you plant? Sometimes, when you tell them they should leave your farm, they will kill you or they will come back in the night and finish what you plant in farm. So, last month, they come attack us around 10 o'clock in the night, then shoot my uncle's wife, kill my brothers and sisters, we run away. Day before yesterday, they come back and kill one of my brother again in Shiwua. So we don't know the reason why they are doing all those things to us. So we're scared about going back to Benue State. I thought it's our grandfathers that they born them in Benue State. Who know me for Benue State? If I pack my things now to go back to Benue State, who will give me farm to farm there? Because nobody know me in Benue State. But I believe that if my grandfather is alive, he will take me to Benue State. But me, if I pack my things to go back in Benue State, nobody knows me in Benue State. I believe that I am indige of Nasarawa State. But this issue of Fulani is too much for us in Nasarawa State. So I'm here to inform people that we are facing a lot of things in Nasarawa State. My own prayer is that I want to inform everybody. We have governor, but since all those things are happening in Nasarawa State, we don't have anybody to help us. But I'm here today to inform everybody and cry to everybody. If someone has issue to help us in this situation, I'm pleading God to touch everybody here so that we help us this issue we done in Nasarawa State. If not, we are confused. We go back and do a farm work, do a lot of things, but until now we are facing a lot of things. Attack is too much for us. I don't know the reason why. So I'm here to plead. If someone have something that will help us, please and please, somebody should help us. If not, I don't know what we do on this issue.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you. I would also like to call somebody from Plateau State here now. Jerry Moa is from Chiefdom Bassa local government. Jerry also has spoken to us, complained about the issues that he had. Okay, before Jerry, let's have Ufengi Titus Mashat. Is Titus around?
Nawinu saya kulini zan yi da Hausa. Ni ne mai suna Danjuma John Gudu. So na zo ne ko kuma na fito ne daga Bassa, daga kuma so na zo ne akan batu da na son yi magana abin da ya faru da mu a kwanakin baya. Musamman babu ishu Fulani, na son yi magana ne akan Fulani. So musamman ni dan Irigwe ne wanda ke kwa district, na fito ne daga Zice. Abin da ya faru da mu a ran 14 ga watan hudu, muna na kina muna kai kwance da dare iri su karfe 12 na dare. Sa'ali kuma mun ji yare-yare da ana yin an kewaye gidajenmu daga Zice. A haka na muna farkawa daga barci, mun ji sun fara harbe-harbe, sai mun tashi mun fara gudu, mun samu Fulani ne. Sun zo sun kewaye, sun karkashe mu, sun karkashe yayanmu, mazaje da tsofaffi. Wannan abu ni na ta tunani mene matsala wannan abu. Ni ban gane ba, Fulani ma na ta tambaya me mu yi musu. Abinda ya bani mamaki shine wata mama wannan mun gudu mu shiga ciki duwatsu har an bi an je an kashe ta. So wannan wuri ni ban sani ba, ana mana wannan abu za mu gudu mu je ina ne? Ina roko waye ne ma zai taimake ni, zai taimake mu da wannan zance. Yawa mutanen da an bi an kashe a ranar, so mutane sun kai dada har 54. Wannan abun gaskiya a zike mun yi shi mu rasa rayuwa. Ina kira da baban murya gwamnati, please ana mana wannan abu, waye ne za mu je mu same shi. Abu na biye wannan ni na lura da shi, kamiran 14 nan akwai ran 8 akwai wani abu, akwai alkapta in mun zo mula lura a kai, mun ga alkapta na yana wucewa yaushe gari ba za a daidai ba sai mu zo mu ga wani abu ya faru. Ran 8 sai ran 14 wannan abu ya zo ya faru da dare makamanci haka a zike a kuma Kimakwa district a kuma Koli chief door. Please muna kira, please in za a taimake mu, please a taimake mu. Da shi ke ba mu da kowa, gwamnati ne da jama'a yan tsaro muke zuba musu ido. Please a taimake mu. Yanzu na ba mu sai abin da za mu yi ba, ko gari ne ya za mu yi ba mu sani ba. So a haka nan ina representing makamanci haka, please a taimake mu. Ina kira a taimake mu, please Fulani. Ina kira yare duka, please mu yi addu'a mu hada hannu domin Plateau mu iya zama lafiya ya fi komai. Yanzu nan gonakinmu da mun nome har yanzu suna zuwa su yi kiwo. Ma za mu yi magana sai su ce sun zo su ga kunfai a zike, kunfensu wanda sun kashe mutane sun bari a zike. Yanzu na ba mu da komai, ba mu da magana, sai mu gansu abinci na mu nome, masara da su dawa da su gyada duka sun sasha na kai sun ci. So muna kira please at me. So Allah bishe mu. Na gode.
Okay, in summary, what he has stated is that they've been living peacefully in their communities, farming, and in most cases, Fulani herdsmen would come in, attack, and kill. And the total number of people who have been killed numbers about 54. And beyond that, there are instances they see helicopters hovering between 8th and the 14th of almost every month. And each time these helicopters hover over their communities, something ominous often happens. So what he is saying is that they are helpless, and they believe that the government has the authority to prevent and at least to safeguard lives and property. All that he's pleading is that their community is completely helpless, and they need the intervention of government. What he is saying additionally is that these attacks have nothing to do with a clash, because a clash has to do with movement and where people are living in their homes peacefully, and they are being ambushed by terrorists or criminals and killed, and even children, unborn babies, or even children below the age of 1 or 2 being slit into pieces shows that these are attacks that are intended to what? Completely extinguish their ethnicity and take over their land. So what he's pleading is that they need intervention from government and other stakeholders, particularly the security agencies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sunana Ufungil Titus Mashat. Ni daga Manguna District, Bokkos Local Government, Village Hurti. Abunda ya faru a Hurti ranar 2 ga watan 4. Mutane suna walwalansu, suna zama, wayansu sun fito gwanaki, wayansu sun fito guza, wayansu kuma suna nan a gida. ba mu san me ya faru ba, an ga mutane ne sun zo da bindigogi, mashuna ne an yi amfani da shi, an bazu harbe-harbe, mutane sun rasa inda za su tafi. Rana din ya zama ma mutane abun tsoro, abun tausayi, ba yanda za a yi. Ni mai siyuwa a nan babana ya sufa, shine elderly person a hurti gabaki daya, amma ranan baban nan an harbe shi. Da aka harbe shi, kanina sun gudu, mutane da yawa an kakkashe su. Wa'anda sun yi wannan abun, yawanci yanwana mata da maza sun waye su, sun yi Fulani da muna tare ne. Wa'anda iyayenmu a da sun ba su guri, sun haife 'ya'ya, sun ci abinci, su ne yau kuma sun koma mana suna karkashe mu. Na tsaya a nan a madadin mutanen Mangu district, Bokkos local government. Ina roƙon gwamnati ta yi mana. Idan gwamnati ba za ta yi mana ba, mu ba mu da abun da za mu yi. Domin yanzu wayansu kwanaki ma ba a nome su ba. An yi noma ana cinyewa, shanikai suna cinyewa, ba dama ka yi magana. In ka yi magana sai su ce za a karkashe ku, za ku yi ta guduwa, mu za mu zauna a wannan kasan. Muna roko, mun rasa rayuka da yawa. Babana an kawo shi Plateau Hospital, yana ɗaya daga cikin victim, amma daga baya ya rasu. Na yi roko ga wannan gwamnati ta taimaka mana, ta dube mutane, musamman mutanen kauyuka suna shan azaba. Idan da za ku tafi kauyuka ku gan yanayin da mutane suna ciki, za ku zubar da hawaye. Domin mutane suna cikin azaba. Yan wana yanzu ba su a kwana a gida. Kowane dare ba su a kwana a gida yanzu a Hurti village. Ba mu a kwana, ba a barci. Daga kaji kare ya yi motsi, to zuciya ya tashi. Ina roƙon wannan gwamnatin ta taimaka mana. Thank you so much.
Just before we have our interpreter, interpret what she has said in English, I'd quickly like to make this quick announcement. While we were speaking, we had the arrival in our midst, a representative of His Excellency the Governor, and the person of Right Honorable Joyce Ramnap. Thank you so much for joining us, ma'am. We also have the GOC and Commander Operations Safe Haven, Major General Folusho Oyinlola. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We equally have the Commissioner of Police, who is also in our presence, and the person of CP Emmanuel Additional, Commissioner of Police for Plateau State Police Command. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We'll continue our program. We would interpret what the lady who has spoken has just said.
Yes, she says she's from Manguna district, Bokkos local government. And she said there was a day when people from all over were coming to attack, riding on motorcycles. And they've shot a lot of people, including her father, killing a lot of them. And as at the moment, in their village at Fulan, nobody is sleeping because of the fear of attack. And many of their farmlands have not been cultivated because there's no security presence. And they are pleading on the government to do all that is necessary to ensure their security and safety so that they can continue to live in peace. She said a lot of their people have seen the attackers to have been the Fulanis known to them. So it's a thing that could have been averted. That's the little I can transfer from, because I just shortly to meet her, please.
Thank you. I'd like to call Esther Samuel. Esther Samuel is also one of the people who has spoken to us concerning her situation. has happened to her, and we would like her to equally give her own account of how she has been affected. While Esther is on her way, I also like to recognize the presence of Honorable Josiah Sabo Kente. Please forgive me if I didn't pronounce the name correctly. He is the rep of Taraba State Governor, and he is the SA on political affairs. Thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Nakwana Muduka. I'm Esther Samuel by name. My own issues, like others' issues, and pain in the heart, nowhere to go. This thing started since 2000. That it started, escalated. The problem they said is Birom. That is the beginning of the issue. When they say it's Birom, they kill the Birom, they kill the Birom, they kill them. Can you see this? When the late GNS was alive, he started making the consultation, community, peace, security. Me too, I attended that community, peace, security. When we gather with them, the Fulanis, Anshiria, Zamalafia, Zamukoma, that day that we stood and talk so that we arrange the peace with them is that very day they will call again to go and attack another village. Mundao Kuma will come back again. I say, see, I talk that day, I say, see, we are all women and fathers, we are parents. Please, we will not be doing this kind of character that will not help the nation. Plateau State. When we agree to speak to our people, let us speak to them truly. But when we agree here, we'll go back. If we have 2 children and there is quarrel among them, if you do not settle them at once, after you settle with them, you go and Jekarama, and you can, and ko amsa mun jama'a an gyara ba gyara ba bai yi ba akwai wanda suna je su zuga ku je ku yi mun ci nasara we have win them za su kashe in sun kashe su kone gidajensu su kwashe abincinsu su kwashe kayansu yaushe an gyara ba gyara har yau 2001 har yau maganan Birom ya escalated an manta da maganan Birom an koma kowane local government ana kashe why ne animal nasu why ne kubewansu akwai okro ne a cikin mutane ana yanka okro ne ba a yanka mutane aba we are tired. This thing has pained me in my mind. I'm a mother. Ba ni da yara yau ba ni da yan wayo zan zauna karfi na yana karu ne. Am I growing old or am I growing young? Please, my brethren, please let us talk the truth. Tell them the truth. And we need God intervention and power intervention. We have the president, we have the security, we have the all forces. Muna da su. In an je an kashe muna da sojoji. In an kashe sai sojoji suna can. An kashe fa sai su yi kamar ba su ji ba. Yaya abin yana cin mana zuciya. Kusu, I'm begging God and that God will talk to everyone in Plateau State, whether you are a first man, whether you are a religious leader, whatsoever you are, whether you are a Muslim, please let us round up and stop this thing. That the kind of this thing will stop. This is evil. Because God said we should not, thou shalt not kill. And why we are killing? Thou shalt not have revenge on one another. Karakarama. Nine de rama ko. I me, God, I am to judge. Don't judge. Don't carry your hand and kill somebody. Then why are we killing? Even the Quran, even the Christians say it. The Holy Bible say it. And why this thing is happening day by day? Imutun yana masara. Ya je gani masara shi sai kama. Sai yanka ayer atafi. Inaza, where are we going? Inaza agama. Wani irin yaki ne? Azo yaki da rana mana ayi shi agama. Ba zo yaki da rana ba sai dai duhu yayi ko kuma an je an boye masara sai a kashe mutum sai a tafi. Is that the war? Answer me, please. Is that war? Ba yaki ba kenan. Lokacin da mutanen Najeriya, sojojin Najeriya sun je yaki a Liberia, sun settle garin sun dawo. Lafiya garin, lafiyan Liberia. Ba a sake jin fada ba. Amma why is it up to date, Plateau? May the Lord help you, our forcemen, all our security agencies. May the Lord heaven lead you through in whatever you are doing, because that the end we shall give account of every deed we have done on this planet Earth. Then where are we going? Thank you.
Thank you. For those who don't understand or speak Hausa, we have somebody who will translate part of what she has said. Please come.
Yes, part of what she has said in Hausa. She said it started in 2001, and at first it started alleging that the Birom, and they will continue to kill the Birom people. And later on, as the crisis persists, they are now going through, because she didn't mention who are the killers. They went now going to other local government across the state, killing a lot of people. And she said, as people of faith, both Christianity and Islam, abhorred killing of innocent lives. And so why are the people killing? She said, even at times, at the presence of the close to the security guards, where soldiers are, killings will take place, and later on the soldiers don't see anything. And then she's pleading that this killing should stop. This the little she had said in Hausa.
Thank you. I'd also like to call Israel Davo to please come forward. He has also mentioned. And while he's coming forward, please, I'd just like to reiterate again, as we come in, please let's avoid walking in front of the center aisle because of the cameras that we have here. Thank you. If we have Israel, please, can you come forward? After Israel, we also have His Royal Highness, D.A. Kim Nani. Besides him, we have Sarah Manasseh, who would also be coming forward. We equally have Sarah Manasseh, who is from Kombili District. And then we have Manasseh Zugumtun. Please forgive me again if I'm not pronouncing the names correctly. And please correct me if you can.
Good morning, all. I'm by name Ezekiel Davo. I'm from Birom local government, Tahos Ward, Bindi community. I just want to give the narrative of what happened, the massacre that took place in Bindi on the 15th day of July. We are just around 8:30. We just observed that Fulani headsmen surround the police. And we informed the security agencies in our domain, and we informed them about the development. Fulani headsmen started killing our people on that fateful day, burgling houses, burning people, slaughtering people before they burn them in their houses. And they spent so many hours doing that coordinated operations. Little bit, unfortunately, our security agencies that are there, the complaint they gave us is this, that they will block, they cannot have access to save our people while they are being killed. This thing has been happening, our farmland, continued destructions of our farmland. Over 100 hectares of land right now in our community has been destroyed. And up to date, as I'm talking to you in the bushes, these Fulani are there. We cannot access to our farmland. Honestly, I'm calling to Plateau State government to do the needful, to help us. The question we ask is this: is these people a spirit? They are not spirit. We know where they came from. We know them. They are grazing freely with their AK-47, freely in the bushes, up to date. But honestly, to the side of security agencies, to me, they're just treating the symptoms. But the real cause of the issue has not been dealt with. We know these people. We know where they came from. We know where they reside. But up to now, we cannot sleep in Bindi as I'm talking to you right now. So please, we are calling to the government to come to our aid in Bindi. And our houses has been burned. Over 500 people has been displaced in Bindi community. Our youths have been killed, our women has been killed, our children has been killed. Lastly, I want to say this with heartfelt. Why are we not addressing the real cause of the issue? These people are out for the land grabbing. They're trying to grab our land. And on the Plateau State, we have an existing law that governor has been signed, anti-land grazing, but are not implemented. We are calling to the government to do the needful to implement that law. And apart from this, we want the government to empower the Operation Rainbow. Cannot be empowered to handle this issue. They have been trained, but government has not been empowered them well. So we are calling to the side of government to empower the Operation Rainbow so that they come from those communities, the nooks and crannies of those communities, so that they can help to curtail these deadly menace that have been leveraged our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. I mentioned earlier, and I'd like to call now His Royal Highness D.A. Kim Nani. He's with us. Please come forward. After him, we have Sarah Manasseh. And after Sarah, we have Manasseh Zumtum. Please forgive me again if I mentioned that wrongly. But before he comes, I would quickly like to recognize the presence of the Special Advisor to the Governor of Plateau State on Security in the person of Brigadier General Gagji Shipi, retired. Thank you so much for joining us.
First of all, I greet us all in Jesus' name. In relation to what happened within my jurisdiction, that is Bindi of Tahos village in Birom local government. Basically, I we said when I ascended the throne of my ancestor on the 16th of June this year, I make sure I foster peace within my locality. I make sure I project unity. And what, in doing that, we have had series of farm mischievous, series of farm destruction. Within my power, I have been able to recover so many cows and call the attention of the Sector 6 Command and handle them over to them. But on that very incident that happens on the 15th of June this year, I think it started on Saturday. That is about on the 14th, I think 13-12, where my cousin brother went to farm. He went to herbicide in his farm, and the Fulani men went to him, butchered him. I took the case to the sector. I called the attention, which I expect some arrest, but there were no arrests. The following day, I still went to them, laid the same complaint, but there was no arrest. Only for me on the 15th of July, there was a rumor of attack that Fulani have invaded my community. I do all I could to reach the security agency to lay a complaint to them so that they can handle this very situation. Because I believe their presence is to tackle situations like this. However, we tried all we could, but there was no adequate response. And that very day, in the morning, when the attack took place on the 15th of July, we went in the morning to assess the damage. We were told that the Fulani blocked them on their way to intervene the situation. While we had a report in that very night when they called me and told me his men are on ground and they are on top of the situation. In fact, he has sent reinforcement only for me to come in the morning and ask. And he said his men were blocked. I believe, I'm not saying this, that the security men are not trying. They are doing their best. But it's like we have some bad eggs amidst them. Secondly, I'm saying this thing is not because we don't know what is happening in Nigeria. We as Nigerians, we know our problem. We as Nigerians, we know where the problem is. But to some extent, we have grown to that stage where we feel as if some people have the monopoly of violence and they can do it and go. Nobody can talk to them. Nobody can dare them. Let me also bring to your notice recently, today, on Sunday, something happened within my jurisdiction. These cows, mischievous, moved to my locality, destroy crops. My people, out of obedience to my order, were able to capture those cows, call the attention of the DPO. The DPO handed the cows to Royal Rangers. But when our locals engaged and said, oh, we need this thing to be done and the damage be paid. And they said to my people, how much is the damage? What they call the damage, and they said, if you are not willing to accept what the Fulani are willing to give you, then you must provide someone who will guard the cows for you. I think we began to threaten the locals again, which is wrong. I followed the issue down to their commands here. I'm saying this thing because we just have only one life to live, and we have to say some certain truth. If the people in question are here, they need to take correction. I'm saying this thing because when the statement were taken, they asked the Fulani, where are you coming from? He said he's coming from Mahanga. And if I could remember, we don't share boundary with Mahanga. That means you are coming from afar to destroy my crops here. And let me be honest with you, I don't have Fulani residing within my jurisdiction. Yet they came to graze and I haven't stopped them. But I am the one losing life of my people. Their crops are being destroyed. Then I asked the security men, I said, why can't you ask these people to stay where they are? Since they are coming doesn't mean well to my people. Why can't you ask them to stay where they are? And they said, the law of the land does not ban them from grazing to your location. Then I said, this is where the problem is. It means the government knows what is wrong with Nigeria. If we want to solve the solution of Nigeria, it means we just have to ban open grazing. Since the Fulani man is grazing, that is his business. I am farming, that is my business. And if your business is interrupting my business, are we here to live in peace? There are certain questions and certain truths we must tell ourselves and accept it. These people are coming from a hunger to commit these atrocities within my jurisdiction. And yet nothing has been done. No arrest. No arrest. So I'm saying this thing as Nigerians. If we want Nigeria to work, we know the people that are doing this thing. We know them. But it's like we are afraid to engage them and tell them some level of truth. I'm saying this thing because the life of my people are still at stake. These people create a narrative where they will subject you to feel guilty. One of their boys went for grazing within my locality still on the 27th of April this year. He killed a cow and called his parent that my people have killed his cow. But unfortunately, we reported the case to the sector, and that's where they were able to resolve the case and confirm that our people are not the one that killed the cow. So they will create a narrative where it will give them the opportunity to attack. So I believe we know our problems are Nigerians. And if we want to solve the problem, please let the government stop open grazing. That's what can curtail some of these issues. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. I will call two more people before, and after that, we'll move to the community leaders. Now, we know that largely there have been questions of what the community leaders are doing, first of all, situation, and also to reach out to security operatives, to connect security with their community people. Are they involved? Are they concerned? We're going to call the community leaders. But before then, two more people I would like to call. I first want to call Sarah Manasseh, who's coming from Kombili district, and we have Manasseh Zungumtu, who is from Mantu district.
Na lura da matakan gaisuwa. Na saya a madadin district Kombili ni ce mai suna Sarah Manasseh. Ina zama ne a Changal, karkashin district na Kombili. Na saya ne a ta dalilin da yanda muka samu kawunanmu a wannan yanayi zancen Fulanika. Gaskiya ba mu same shi da sauki ba. A haka kawai muna bacci da daddare, gari bai gama wayewa ba, sai mun fara jin harbe-harbe.
Ta ce
a wurin ne muka tashi.
Ta ce akwai wani lokaci suna bacci da daddare kawai sai suka fara jin sorry, please. I'm carried away. She said there was a day, overnight they were asleep, they just had gunshots.
Sai muka ji harbe-harbe. Fulanuka suka zo mana da attack.
And she alleged that Fulanis attacked. We are the one attacking them.
Sun zo su yi kone-kone, sun kone most of them a cikin daki.
They burned a lot of houses and they burned a lot of people.
Yara da manya da kananuka da mata da tsofaffi duka.
The aged, the young, the boys and the girls, women inclusive.
Da kyar wanda suka fita wanda mun iya muka sira kowa ya fita daga zani a kirji sai guntun wando.
Hardly a lot of them escaped. They ran away, some of them in short knickers.
A yanda nake siye a nan ni da na fita gaskiya Allahi ina da zani ne a kirji wanda na iya na sira da shi.
She's standing here that day, she was able to escape with a tie of a wrapper abreast her chest and she ran away.
Kayan da nake da shi a jikina aka bani ne.
Somebody gave her the clothes she's wearing.
A yanzu a sayewa na ina da ronin zuciya wanda Fulanuka suka yi mani.
She has a deep cut in her heart as a result of the attack by the Fulanis.
Gaskiya mu a district Kombili yanzu a haka ba mu da mafaka. Muna zama ne a camp.
At the moment at Kombili district, they don't have where to stay.
Muna zama a camp ne tana ciyar da mu masu ganin tausaye sukan iya ka mana abinci mu ci. Ya'yanmu kuma su iya sa masu sutura.
At the moment
kudi ma su iya ba mu.
At the moment they are living at an IDP camp for people to support them, food and clothing.
Shekara uku kenan muna zama a cikin camp.
3 years exactly they are still in the camp.
So yanzu a haka dama a wannan shekara muna ganin kaman za mu koma gida mu je mu yi noma.
Their thought is this year they will be able to go back home and begin to farm or cultivate their land.
Amma ita gwamnati tana tunanin cewa za mu koma har ta aika mana da kuma tractor wanda za su yi mana noma mun je ba a je noman bai je a yi ba.
Government has even supplied them with a tractor thinking that they will go back to farm and cultivate, but the cultivation or the farming is not yet there.
Kawai muna noman sai muka je harbe ko ta ina. Sun gwamnatin ma ita motocin su su iya fitar da shi ba. Kowa yayi kokari ya sira da karshi ne.
Well, there was at times they were at the farms trying to cultivate and they began to have gunshots, and even government is here to retrieve all those tractors in the farm.
Har yanzu muna roƙon ita gwamnati da yake mun gan faɗan ma har da gwamnati ake yi. Ba mu san ko ya za mu karasa a rayuwar duniyan nan da zancen Fulanuka ba.
They are still pleading with the government. She alleged that even though the fighting is still with the government, and she don't know how they are going to cope up with the issue with the Fulanis.
Da yake muna ita inda mu za mu je mu yi mafakan mu kenan amma har da su din ma ba iya barin su ba. Su ma ana gaya muku moton su ba su fitar ba. Su tractor ma haka ma ba su fitar ba. Aka fitar da su a Kombilin.
She said they thought that the government would protect them, but even the government is unable to defend itself and to go and retrieve all those tractors from the farmlands.
Akwai matan da suka rasu yara suna nan marayu.
A lot of women have died and they have left a lot of children orphans.
Mazan da suka rasu yayan suna nan a marayu.
There are a lot of husbands that have died and left the women and their children alive.
Marayu sun fi karfin gwamnati, sun fi karfin kwambili.
The orphans are beyond the capabilities of government and Kombli as a community.
Yanzu a haka ba mu iya koma Kombili ba, muna nan a Mangun, ko aka yi rashi ne ma ba mu san inda za mu je mu sa gawan ba.
At the moment they are still there at Kombli, they could not go back, and even if there's a dead body, they wouldn't know where to go bury them.
Gaskiya muna nan muna roƙon gwamnati ta yi mana.
They are still pleading and begging government.
Gwamnati kusuk muna roƙon ku. Ku share mana hawaye mu koma inda za mu yi noma.
They are pleading with the government to do all the things necessary for them so they can settle back to their communities and begin to farm.
Kun san mutumin magabul in bai samu gona ba rayuwar shi ya riga ya kare.
Magabul persons, if you don't have land to farm, then you are extinct.
To, na gode. Gwamnati tana nan tana jin mu, na gode sosai. Bari Ubangiji Allah ya yi mana.
Thank the people, and she said government is listening to them, praying that God will help the situation.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I also mentioned earlier that I will call Manasseh Zugumtu, who is right. Okay, thank you so much. From Mantu district.
Ina ce na kwana mu gwamnati da iyaye na sarakune da kowa da ya zo nan. Gaskiya ina sayawa a madadin Mangu district da kuma abubuwan da suke faruwa a cikin Mangu. Ba zan manta ba, duk wayannan abubuwan da suke faruwa Fulani ne suke ja mana duk wayannan damuwa.
Yace shi daga Mangu district yake.
Bari in gama ko sai ka summarize. If I finish then you summarize. If I finish I will not allow. I will not allow. If I finish then you summarize. Okay. Yawanci abubuwan da suke faruwa a Mangu, musamman mu a Mangu, Fulanika ne suke kama na wayan damuwan. Ba zan manta ba, ni suna na Manasseh Bitrus Zugumtu, Mangu district. Abubuwan da suke faruwa kamar da na faɗa, Fulanika ne suke kawo mana attack. Ba zan manta ba, shekarun baya da suka wuce sun fara da iba shanuke ne ma iyaye. Muna cewa barayi ne, ashe sun rage mana arziki ne don kar mu samu arziki na shanuke. Yanzu ne kuma da ya kai wannan lokacin suka fara nuna mana cewa mu ba za mu isa mu kiwo ba, kuma ba mu isa mu yi noma ba. Ina zama a Derkon a Mangu, ba zan manta baran da aka yi fada a Derkon, fadan da aka yi a cikin garin Mangu. Ina nan Fulanika sun kai attack a Alogom, mutane sabon gari sun kore su. Ni abin da ya bani mamaki shine mu da muke cikin gari sai na gan Hausawan da suke cikin garin da kuma musulmai da suke cikin garin da yaren mu ma muhabbul da suke sallah da suke cikin garin su ne fa suka fita a Derkon ranan sai suna kan ce bari za mu je mu taimaki addini. Ina nan ba wani ya gan ba, wanda suka kone gidana kuma na san su, na gan su, na san su. Fulani ka ba su iya shiga cikin gari ba, sai na gan Hausa suka koma suka je suka taimake Fulanika da suka je suka samu raunuka ne a gujin fadan suka shiga sai suka fara Allahu akbar a kone gidajen arna. Inda fada ya zo cikin garin Mangu kenan an fara kone gidaje, gidan mu aka fara kone, don babana shine mai angon Derkon nan, an kone gidan. To ni damuwa na shine nan Hausawan da suke nan a cikin gari ana faɗan addini ne ko ana rikicin addini ne? In mai gona da mai kiwo suna faɗan su kun zo ku shiga. Wannan abun ya ban mamaki. Mu mutane mawaful ba mu neman su kana, ba mu neman faɗa, amma ni wannan abun duka yana ba mu mamaki, wanda kullum ana ce gwamnati su taimake mu, gwamnati su taimake mu. Ko jiya shekaran jiya an kai attack a Mangun, an kashe mutane, ana kan biso yanzu haka. Watan da ya wuce an zo kashe mutane a Cicim a Mangu, an zo an kashe mutane cikin dare, mutane 8 an kashe su. Ina magana gwamnati taimake mu. Idan gwamnati ba ta iya taimake mu ba, mu jama'a ba, tun na ganin shugaban kasa da gwamnatin su gama al'umma cewa ba za mu iya sauran ku ba. In sun gaya mana haka, ni na ganin kaman wannan fara makaman zai kare. Don na tabbatar muku wata daya za a gama wannan abu. Wata daya in gwamnati ta hannuta za a gama wannan abu. Yanzu na zama gidana a kone yake wani su suke bana abincin ci, ina jira ko yau abin zai kyau, gobe abin zai kyau, jibi abin zai kyau. To bari in gaya muku, iyayenmu sun zo sun kama kasa, kuna yawo, mun zo na tare da ku da kakanninku, mun zo mun yi zaman lafiya, ba mu taɓa cin amanar junanmu ba, amma yanzu mun fara cin amanar junanmu. Kamar mu mutane mu haful, gaskiya ba wai wasa ba. Ba a ci mu yaki ba tuna, ba a ci mu yaki ba, mu kuma ba bayi ba ne, mu ba bayi ba ne. So ni ina ba da shawarar ne ma shugaban kaza da gwamnanmu da security mu, ni zan ji mamaki zan gan kuma soja yana kiwon shanu ma Fulani yana raka shi. Idan ba su yaba ni kusu na roko ne kusu su gaya ma jama'a kasancewa kusa da kanku. Ina gan wata ɗaya kamar da na faɗa, ina gan zai kare, don muna da matan da ba su da mazaje, muna da mazajen da yaran da suke yawo kar wannan abun ya yawa. In ya yawa lokacin da talakawa sun ga abun ya yawa, ba su ji magana ma shugaba ba kasa ba ma, ba su ji magana ma sarki ba ma, ba su ji magana ma gwamna ba ma. To in abun ya yawa, abun zai zo ya muni. A tare abun tun yanzu, in ba tare abun zuwa tun yanzu ba mu san zuciyar mutane ba nan gaba ba. Gaskiya kenan. Ba taɓa cin wa yake ba, wasu man ɗan ma ya zo ba, mu garin mu ma ya wuce ne. In ko da ce mu mangu arna ma mu arna da gaske. To tarihi in zai mimita kashi ne ba damuwa. Na gode. Allah ka bike mu.
Okay. In a nutshell, all that he said is the entire problem in Mangu, particularly he talk of Mangu town, emanated from the attacks by the Fulani. He said they are the ones causing all the problems in that locality. He said there was a day a crisis broke out and he was in the city center. He heard the Hausas, the Muslims and other tribes that are Muslims coming into the streets in the town saying they are going to support the Fulanis because they are Muslims. And he wondered whether, he asked, if the crisis is a religious war. He said government should do all it could to stop the issue and resolve the problem. If the government cannot, then within 1 month he's assuring that they can do what they can do, then the fighting can stop without even the government. He said just 2 days ago, 8 people were also attacked and killed. And he alleged that soldiers at times are rearing cattle, by extension escorting the others to rear their cows. No, not defending the other tribes, like Mavovul, his own tribe, and the rest of it. So he pleads that all that is required to stop this menace should be done so that the crisis should be brought to an end.
Thank you. The last person I'll call to give their own experience and their own, would I say, yes, experience of how they have been affected is Jumai Munta, all the way from Taraba State. Jumai Munta. And after Jumai, we'll be speaking with our traditional leaders, as I mentioned earlier. The traditional leaders are the closest, would I say, representatives of government to the people. Let them tell us how exactly this has been affecting them and what they have been doing. What is their own, what impact have they had? But again, Jumai Munta from Taraba. Jumai.
Good morning. Morning. So I'm Jumai Munta from Taraba State, Lamido local government. Lamido local government. Recently, we had a fight in Lamido. It started from Bandawa and it reached to Mungalelau. So I'm from that Mungalelau. During that time in that Mungalelau, the headsmen came in the afternoon around 2:30 or thereabouts, and that was when they killed a lot of people. When coming, the first thing they did was shooting all over the places, and when they discovered that the people in that community don't have what they have in order to fight back, that was how they entered, and they started killing people using machete and other things to slaughter a lot of people. And that was when they killed over about 50 people in that community. So recently now, people are still living in IDP camp in the Lamido local government headquarters. People cannot go into their farm to go and farm. A lot of people are just out there in the nearby villages. Right now, the village is being occupied by mobile police and other security agencies. In the part of the government, recently the government went there, they have been doing survey, and they went and checked, though we are still hoping and waiting for government to do other things in order to see if the people can go back to the community. So I'm standing here pleading on the government that they should try their possible best, because this is rainy season now. A lot of people dwelling in that place are farmers, and if they cannot be able to farm, that means there will not be food, and it's not really easy. Living in the IDP camps, just imagine that the only assistance they get from people is bringing spaghetti and indomie. How many people from the people that farms, that eat heavy food, that eat cassava, all these things, will now be depending on indomie and spaghetti, which is not okay. So I'm here and pleading that the government should look into it so that this thing will have a lasting solution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, as we move on to the next segment, I would like to appeal, please, as we come forward, let's keep our responses as short as we possibly can, possibly 3 minutes, because we have different groups that are going to speak. We're still going to hear from our security operatives here. We will hear from government representatives. We will hear from youth representatives as well. Now we're moving on to our community leaders, as I mentioned earlier, their own part in helping to bring peace to the communities, in helping to expose either those who are attacking or those who are aiding the attackers. What has been their role? What have they done? What can they do? And what do they need to do what they want to do? I'll first like to call Professor S.J. Malo from Bokkos community. He's represented by Honorable Chief Zaka M. Akos, if he's here with us. And then, okay, he's here, he's coming forward. Thank you so much, sir. After him, I would like to call on Miriam Yusuf Abubakar. She's from Flube Youth Development Association in Jos. Please, sir, 3 minutes, please.
I want to observe all protocol. The situation is no longer new to everybody, and so I will not lament on the situation. I'll just go straight to the point. The insecurity in the middle part of this country has lingered. One thing that is obvious is that up to now, nobody has honored up as a leader of this fight in the middle belt of Nigeria. Like we have in the Northeast, in the Northwest, names are being mentioned, and they will always say they are the ones doing this. So I want the security to find out who is actually leading the one in the middle part of this country, most especially on the plateau. Because each time there is an attack, we will be battling to say something about our communities, whereas sometimes we wonder who go and respond on behalf of our attackers. The attacks are basically from hired machineries, from within and outside this country. We have evidence to show that. I have mentioned that before now, that the security should live up to the expectation. All the security, including immigration, because some of these people come from outside the shores of Nigeria. And if you do what you're supposed to do, this thing will come to an end. Secondly, apart from the people coming from outside, you have the victims. They have told you that nowadays, even the people within join the people from outside to do the attack. So it's becoming pretty difficult to ask these two people to sit down and agree. When you see your neighbor carrying gun against you, it becomes very difficult now for you to sit down and agree on how to live in peace if you don't have that similar gun. And the security will always rush after they have finished attacking and then arrest our youths with their gun guns and their machetes or whatever they have to defend themselves. But including the chief of defense staff, all the security chiefs have agreed that everybody should go and defend himself. If you arrest people with their weapons, what do you expect them to defend themselves from these attackers that are coming with sophisticated weapons? Please, you should go and rethink and re-strategize on what to do. The third thing I want to say is that they are becoming fierce. The attackers are becoming fierce. Before now, if they see security agents, they run. Now they exchange fires with the security agents. Before now, if they see agro rangers on their bikes, they run. Now they exchange fire with them. Before now, if they see gun trucks, they run. Now they exchange fire with gun trucks. We might need to begin to use APCs and maybe airstrikes, most especially for those areas in Bokkos. For example, the Bokkos is having boundary with Nasarawa State, Kaduna State, and Kwampan. And those of you that know Kwampan, there was a time that it's even difficult to get people go into that game reserve. So it is a brooding ground. Something needs to be done deliberately, strategically, to make sure we expunge that. And then we want to say categorically that the communities will do all it can to support the government if the government will support the communities. The last thing I will say, and I will not repeat it again because I've said it here, I said it in the barrack, I've said it severally. If the security agents allow the populace to lose confidence in them, we will have a situation that we cannot contain. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I'd also like to call Miriam Yusuf Abubakar for Flube Youth Development Association, Jos. After Miriam, I would please like to ask that Kish Iliasu Kunta from Sokapu Youth Wing, Kaduna State, should please be ready to join us as well.
So, good morning, everybody, and ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. I want to start by appreciating the organizers of this very event. I believe that they are doing it for the benefit of everybody and every tribe in the state. I am Mariam Yusuf Bayero by name, representing the youth. I am a representative of Fulbe Youth Development Association, Plateau State. And as I am standing here, I am not just speaking as a representative of youth, but also as a victim. In my family alone, we lose more than 5 people, both children, youth, as a Fulani, both children. We lost people that are under 18. We lost people that are along within 18 or 40 years, and we lost people that are even beyond, as a Fulani tribe in Nigeria. So the one that pains me a lot, 2 of our last born, my last born to my mother and a last born to my stepmother was killed on the 30th of April 2023. So their age is Suleiman was 9 years old, and then the other one, Jafar, was 12 years old. They were killed in the farm. My father is both a pastoralist and a farmer. So what he usually does to us as a children, he would build a house so that we'll be sending some, all these pests that are destroying crops. So that was how he kept them unknowingly, because of ethnic discrimination of Fulani tribe across the state and in the Nigeria, because these people were only perceived that they are Fulani. So someone just went and slaughtered them like a ram along Don Kasa village of Jos North local government. So similarly, on 22 of April, my cousin brother Suleiman Hamza was killed along Shen village here in Josad local government. Suleiman was residing along after federal locus, if you know Wildlife Park. So they have been studying them for a year. He perceived that the place was overcrowded. He wanted to move to an area where he have similar people that are rearing animals. On going there, what happens is that every day he could not spend up to 2 weeks there. People are saying, Gabakoya Zova, a visitor have come. A visitor have come. And he was targeted and he was killed. I believe it's because of that. He was alongside his animal were butchered. So I have a lot of evidences, like my uncle who was killed. They went to mining and they were saying, this is Fulani, and he was beaten. It's just someone to call the family that we should find his body somewhere along Josad. After Kangang, that was where we went and found him. So he was treated and he died at some point. So we have been victimized in several cases. Like most of these victims is as a result of ethnic profiling. We all know that Nigerian constitution has prohibited any form of discrimination against tribe, against religion, against gender. But why are we as Fulani, why are we being discriminated based on ethnicity and tribe? And this has made us to stay unsafe. It is not only happening in local communities, it is happening in institutional and formal institutions. I myself, I am a victim. I am educated, but I was victimized, even in the health sector. I was rushed from school to Plateau State Specialist Hospital just to open a folder. Thank God I understood health sector. So the person that was opening the data clerk, that simply because I say I am a Fulani from Plateau State, she refused to open this folder. She refused. It was my colleagues. When I was stabilized, they said I should go and open it. I was in pain, and this was what she was telling me. Similarly, when I was opening my name here, you all know, I think Air Force Base is not far from here. The person said, when I wrote I am a Fulani from Plateau State, he said, that we came to rear animal. We are not from Plateau State. So my question is that has the history of migration from somewhere to somewhere. Every tribe. So I asked him that if we migrated from here, because some people were brought as a slave and they became indigenous, and some people were displaced from other places, like as a result of conflicts. Prior to 2001, we were staying peacefully. I myself has a name of tribal name that was given to me by a community who was believed to be my mother. From Jarawa, they were calling me Azong. We stayed peacefully with these people, but right from 2001 crisis up to date, this issue keep on repeating, killing and discrimination of Fulanis, animal poisoning, roastling of animal, butchering of animal, and then the media is taking sides. Media is not reporting what is expected, because when something happened to Fulani, you hardly see it or hear it in the media. You can only see it when other tribes are being affected. What happened to the innocent Fulani souls that are being killed, and if they will bury them, people will not talk, media will not say anything, and then media are contributing to the profiling. So secondly, issue of land grabbing. Yes, we have been accused of land grabbing in the state, but I want to tell you that we, the Fulani, are the victim of land grabbing in Plateau State more than anybody. Even before, I can give you references. I have some references because my family were affected. So please, even prior to 2001 crisis, do we know where Solomon Land Amusement Park is located now? Do we all know the place? Go back to history. There were some settlements Fulani there. They were large in number when they picked that GSS Kufang. We were even saying Ansama Fulani Makaranta. Nobody was attending the school. It was a settlement of this Fulani. When this project came, my grandfather inclusive, he bought a land here, but they were asked to leave without compensation. There were so many other instances, like if you go to this Donkasa, there are some settlements that are close to Donkasa and this Dusankura. They have been there for decades of years, but just of recent, someone bought the land and they were asked to leave. So we have suffered a lot. We have been victimized a lot. We are traumatically victimized, and then yet we are running away from the reality. In the Plateau state, the real truth is that if we really need peace, because Fulani are victimized, any other tribe, we all lost the innocent soul. We all lost children. If we really want this problem to stop, it can stop only if we work together and also accept the truth and stay together, just like the way our grandparents and our family have stayed in peace previously. Let's copy them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Please, I would like to implore us, please, can we keep it orderly, please? I would like to implore, please, that we should not interrupt when people are talking. I mean, others have spoken. We should also give everybody the chance to speak. And to the lady who just spoke, thank you very much for speaking so well. On behalf of our own media platform, I know that you said the media too is not helping matters. This is how we are trying to help matters, by giving everybody the chance, equal chance, and equal right to speak. And we are glad that you came forward and you spoke. Thank you very much. If there's anybody who has anything contrary to what she has said, we will gladly give you the mic. We believe that we will have the time to accommodate as many as we can. We can't accommodate everybody, but as many as we can, we will do that. That's the reason why we set this platform. Thank you once again. Now, I would also like to call Kish Iliasu Kunta from Sokapu Youth Wing, Kaduna State. Please, I would like to remind us to please try to keep to time. We are already 1 hour gone. Let's try to keep to time.
Thank you very much. My name is Kish Iliasu Kunat, not Kunta, it's Kunat. Thank you very much. I would like to speak in Hausa. Okay? Domin ina so yi magana da dukkanmu kowa zai gane. Okay. So I'm the Sokapo youth leader here on the Plateau, representing the youth body of Sokapo. A kashin gaskiya zan faɗi cewa Musa ɗan Kaduna an musguna mana sosai.
Truthfully, we as people of Southern Kaduna have been put under victimization.
Ina gan tun zamanin Usman ɗan Fodio an musguna mana sosai.
Right from the reign of Usman bin Fodio to this moment.
Na tuna ana kan kwashe iyayenmu su taka daga Kafancan an zuwa Zaria a jihar da su.
He recalled that their parents have been taken on slavery.
Yes.
Right from Kafancan down to Kaduna.
Zaria, not
Zaria.
Kaduna. And they will trek with things on their...
They will trek, it's not with things on their heads. They carry their loads on their heads. They trek from Kafancan up to Zaria.
Na tuna wannan musgunawa din ba yau bane aka fara mana.
I remember this kind of hardship being meted on our people is not.
Za turo da representative daga Zaria zuwa Sadan Kaduna su zo su shiga mana cikin rumbun mu su je su kwashe duk abin da za su kwashe kuma ba mu da damar magana.
Representatives have been sent from Zaria down to Kafancan to evacuate all their belongings.
Mun zata kama a lokacin ilimi bai zo ba.
They thought then there was not much.
Amma yanzu da ilimi ya zo har yanzu abin da na ci gaba.
Even now with education, the things continue to persist.
Na tuna iyayena za ka ga sun je su yi noman jinja. Da yamma za ka ga Fulani sun je suna haka jinja din nan a ji a sa da shi.
He remember his parents will cultivate ginger and Fulanis will come now to pack up all.
Za shiga a kashe mu. Amma kuma ba da ma mu yi magana, in mun tashi mu yi magana sai a ce cewa ai mu ne muka fara.
They will kill them and they have no right to talk. When they talk, they will say
they shine ta yaya muka fara.
The question is asking start.
Wa muka kashe?
Who have they killed?
Tambaya din kenan da har yau ba ansa.
There is a question is begging and up to now no answer.
In fact, in za ku ya ku tuna har yau mutanen Kujama na fama da ana kashe su har yau.
If you could recall up to now, the people at Kujama are being killed.
Ni pastor Baptist na san pastoci guda na da aka kashe su a Kujama.
As a pastor, he has known a lot of pastors that have been killed in Kujama.
Na san membobin Baptist guda aka shiga ecclesia an je an kidnapping
He
na.
has known a lot of members of the Baptists that were killed in the.
In fact, za ku iya ku tuna Bethel High School a Kaduna.
You can able to recall at Bethel High School who are the people that went there.
Yanzu sai tambaya din da zai anan shine haram ne mutum yayi makaranta.
Is it forbidden for a person to school?
Ko hana mu gona.
Forbid them from going to farms.
Ko hana mu zuwa makaranta.
Forbid them from going to school.
Ko hana mu a kasamu.
Forbidden them from staying their land.
Ina kuke so mu je?
Where do you want them to go?
Amma ku yi magana kun ce cewa ku settlers ne already kafin ku settle akwai dan su da suke zama a wurin already.
If you said you are a settler there already, before you there are some people that have settled. In a situation where you come and you want to conquer the land and deprive them of land.
A karshe kafin in tafi.
At last before he leave.
Akwai wani ana kiran shi Zidane.
There's someone that is called Zidane.
Wannan mutum din da ne.
He's from Kaduna.
Wannan mutum din lokacin da Fulani su zo sun matsaye su ɗan rufa yake komai.
When the Fulanis, approached them, went closer to them, former Governor El-Rufai refused to do anything.
Wannan mutum din shine ya zama mana cibiya mai time mana fada.
That man is the one that is defending the like.
Shi ne mai tsare mu domin security din makaran kansu ma suna kin protecting namu.
It's like the security are not protecting them.
El-Rufai ya zo ya sa an arrest wannan mutum din.
I ensured that this man was arrested.
Tambayan da zan yi da kuma ina son ansa.
Question he's asking and he's demanding for.
Shi ne ina so in san Zidane na da rai ko an kashe shi.
Whether Zidane is still alive or is dead.
Yana nan da rai wanda irin me ne ya hana a kai shi kotu har yanzu.
If he's still alive, what is depriving who?
Me ne ya hana a kai shi kotu a yi case mai kyau a kai.
He's asking who.
Okay.
No, we want to know who is taking to court now. He's not saying who.
The government, mene hana gwamnati su kai shi.
He's asking why did the government refuse to take him to court?
Amma yau inda an kama ba Fulatani da bindiga.
But today, if the Fulani which is gone,
ina ga muku zai kara da community din.
Tomorrow he will come back to the community.
Amma na muku ma labari ne.
Their own is a story.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir. As we move forward, I would also like to state that while we are, stating our complaints, stating how we are affected, part of the reason why we're here is to seek solutions, right? And you have the opportunity to give your own suggestions or your ideas, because now we are blessed with the presence of government officials, top security operatives, traditional leaders, traditional rulers, legal representatives. So if you have the chance, after you have given what you have said, let's also look for seeking solutions is what we are here for. As we quickly move on, after this segment, the next people we will be calling will be social cultural groups. But before I go there, I have two more people I will call forward. Ambassador Ezekiel Bindi, who is the president, Irigwe Youth Movement Association from Bassa local government. If he's here, please come forward. And after that, we would also have Usman Mohammed from Fube Youth Development Association in Jos. Ambassador Ezekiel Bindi, is he here? Okay. If he's not with us, while we wait for him, can we have Usman Mohammed from Fube Youth in Jos? Okay, Usman Mohammed is coming forward. And then after that, I mentioned social cultural groups will be the next place we'll be going to. As we get there, once again, we have heard the experiences. We would like to hear your own experience, but most importantly, we are seeking solutions.
Good morning, all of us. I am Usman H. Muhammad by name, born in Egypt, Ketwat, Barkilad local government, Plateau State. And we have going on a lot of discussions, accusing this and that. And all of us, we knew that there is no two places that they are fighting or two conflicts. They will say that it's only one person that is a victim. Like I said, if I could recall, in 2010, I am a victim as I'm just a student, a young student. I'm in school. I just had people are shouting that there is crisis. there is crisis, before I understand anywhere where we are being surrounded. And before I moved, I rushed to enter our house, where I found out my parents, and I told them that this is what is happening. They say, no, nothing like that. I said, this is what is happening currently in our school. Before I understand, I said, let me rush to our kettles. Before I go that place, nowhere to move. And on that very day, they killed one of my uncle, they butchered him, and they also ate his meat. They cook his meat and eat it, of which I can't forget it. At times, if I start looking at the pictures, if I come across him, I will lose my tears. And I knew that peace is a collective task for all. Both of us, if we say that we want peace, we will get peace. If we say that we don't want peace, I knew the Nigerian armies, all those militaries that we are seeing, they will work toward how we can get peace, but we can't get peace without we, the people that are staying there, say that we need peace. And if we will start countering, like my own father, I found numerous kettles, of which that very day, we count no single cow in our house. As I am rushing, before I go, I meet somebody asking about my parents. I go asking people how this thing, nobody survived in your house. No one. And unfortunately, that crisis is not particularly started in our place. We will see people passing by the road to go and attack other villages. After they are coming back, they'll go and burn our houses. What do we do? And we are there. And the people that are there, if I could recall, there's a crisis that happens. Some people, they even built a house, say that this place is a place where your parents are before we come from the mountain and come and meet him there. So why are we settlers? If we are settlers, I knew according to law of land, that is settled years, that will say this years, this person now become an indigent. I could have an opportunity for any person within that state or within the country will get it. But why am I marginalized? Why am I blackmailed? If I were talking now, they'll say you are a Fulani man. I will go look for admission. They'll say he's a Fulani man. We can't grant him admission. Of which I'm an indigent. Since I was born in the place. Ordinary for me to be born in the place, I'm an indigent. And admission, I can't get it. Job, I can't get it. I was born and grew up in Plateau State, but I must go and school in other states. If I want to secure a job, I will go and look for other states. Is it justice? Is it justice? Please, can you answer me? So if that is justice now, as peoples, my peoples now, like we are saying that this crisis is not a religion crisis, but peoples from Kaduna, they are passing for their own wedding. They were killed and butchered, and now they are grand belt. If there is justice, there will be remedy. Like our people says, ipi justice, ipi remedium. So why is it that now, if you had peoples like government is crying that they are mourning, they kill so peoples, it's because they are not Fulanis. But if they are Fulanis, have you ever seen a Fulanis that were being killed and government go and mourn with them? And government go and give them like humanitarian aid? The answer is no. So why is it that? Why is it that if these peoples were affected, we will say these peoples were affected, but if we are the ones, no media, no government intervention, nothing. That means, is it that is regular thing? If thing will happen, with Mr. A, you say this happened with Mr. A. How about Mr. B? And the primary assignment of any government is to what? Secure life and properties of its peoples. We can't say we need these peoples to be killed, but these peoples to give equal opportunity and equal chance with all other peoples. Because we have engaged in a lot of things. If I would mention my grandfather, I could say that a lot of peoples, they grow up under his care. There's some people that are working within government officials up to date. If my mother called me, go and meet somebody, I will say I will not go. Because if I go, I will just feel something wrong. And they will grow up under my grandfather. He trained them, some died. And my father take responsibility of their children to school. But why am I not giving equal chance? Why am I not giving equal chance? If I could mention government officials now that grew up under the care of my parents, they are numerous. But why now me, I can't even go to their house? If they call me, come to my house, I'll say no. Because if I come, I know what will happen. And they killed off a lot of my peoples. Nobody accounted. And nobody documented that this person will be killed. The people that are claiming that they are the indigenous, because there is a particular places now that I can't even go, that I can't even follow.
Thank you so much. I think the young man had raised several issues that are just beyond Plateau State as well, and one of them I will highlight very quickly. As he has said, a person is born in a state and lived there for years, has schooled there, has worked and has contributed. What does it take for that person to benefit from that state? And I think that's a question that, that reverberates around the entire country, not just in Plateau State. As the conversation goes on, we would have people who would address it, and that is why we are here again. Before we go on, I'd quickly like to recognize the presence of the Director of Press and Public Affairs to the Governor of Plateau State, Mr. Gyangbere, who has joined us here, special advisor to the Governor of Plateau State on Middle Belt Affairs. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. And the last person I would like to call within this particular segment that we are in, before we move forward, I would like to call Ibrahim Yusuf Babayo. He's from Mete Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria. Now, he's the last person who we would hear from before we move on to the socio-cultural groups, and then hear from a list of the people there too.
The GOC, Commissioner of Police, the SS Security, and other principal officers that are here, members, good afternoon. And I'd like to thank the organizers of this meeting. But I think we have to rethink. If I'm not forgotten, just last month, a special advisor on on development matters for a presidency, we hold a meeting here with her. The same lamentation. So I want us to change our pattern of meeting. We are all victims, and we are all supposed to be, we should be blamed, all of us. Let's come here and provide solution. This thing, it has been 20-something years. The child that's been born by that time, now he is a man or a woman, have children. Is it how we will continue? People are being killed daily basis, on a daily basis, life being destroyed daily basis. We are the youths. Is it how we can continue with our generation? How can our children be? So please, if we came here, we are leaders. We came to provide solution, not to fight. Those fighting, those that are fighting, they are there, they don't even know we are here. Let's tighten our belt, go to the grassroots to go and provide solution, ask them why. I will stay here, be blaming Birom or Irigwe or Magavul, or be blaming Fulani, I did this, I did that. For how many long? Is it how we continue? So please, I urge all of us. We are here to provide solution, not to continue lamentation. We have books of records, numbers of people killed, lives destroyed, and we came here, we are inflaming things. If you are the governor, is it how you will speak? If you are being given the chance to be a commissioner of police, is it how you are going to solve the problem? Is it if you are being given a president or a governor, is it how you will solve the problem? So let us have how to accommodate everybody and provide solutions so that we can have peace, so that everybody will live in peace. Without peace, even the government cannot provide social amenities what we're supposed to have. The government cannot able to, because it can only be running helter-skelter, solving problems here and there. Before you realize, the time has gone without having any dividend of democracy.
Please,
Let us learn how to provide solution. All of us in this hall, we are leaders, we are learned. What of those that didn't go to school? You came here, you are learned, or you are a professor, or you are a doctor, or you are that, you are that. You went to social school, you went to social country, you are exposed, but you came here, look at how you are behaving. What of somebody who never went to school? So please, let us provide a solution for our country. Let us provide a better solution for Plateau and Middle Belt and Nigeria in general. My name is Alhaji Ibrahim Yusuf Babayo, Plateau State. Thank you very much and God bless you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Now, I mentioned earlier that we're going to be going to our socio-cultural groups. Because everybody cannot speak individually, we need to go to groups that will represent our interests in sittings like these, where our voices need to be heard. And that's where socio-cultural groups come in place. But before I begin to call the socio-cultural groups one at a time, or their representatives one at a time, I would like to quickly call Prophet Isa El-Buba. He's the General Overseer, Ebomi Ministry.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to appreciate the organizers of this forum, but I'm going to go straight to 6 points. I had to break my trip just to honor this because this is crucial and it's important to every right-thinking Nigerian. As a preacher, a Kanuri by tribe, and also having the blood of a Fulani, because my grandmother, of blessed memory, was a Fulani woman. We stand before every one of us and the entire world today, to me with a heart, as I listen to the bad conversations, but then with a hopeful heart. And we have to come to the point looking at the Middle Belt. I came into the Middle Belt. I was born here. Before I was moved, when my father retired home, we got back to Maiduguri. But one thing I can tell you about the Middle Belters is they are very, very hospitable people. They receive you. They can sacrifice their space for you to have your well-being. And I want to say this before I proceed. Fulani Oshun, Fulani Ekiti, Fulani Sokoto, Fulani Kasina, Fulani Kaduna, Fulani Plateau, Fulani Benue, Fulani Taraba. Are you the only tribes in Nigeria? You are not the only tribe. There is nothing like profiling of a people. I'm a Fulani man. I'm a grandfather of 8 grandchildren. And we just have to speak the truth. The Bible says you shall know the truth, and the truth shall set you free. As long as we continue to glouse over the truth, we will never get the answer. And I want to say this to our security men. Until justice is done, there will never be a solution. If you get a Fulani man that is a killer, deal with him as a killer. If you get a Birom man that is a killer, deal with him as a killer. And this will come to an end. But you don't give certain people advantage over other tribes. I respect the people that have hosted me, even though I am an indigene of Plateau State, because I was born here. My children are grown up. I have 8 grandchildren. But yet we respect the people we met on ground. In Maiduguri, my hometown, the people that come to meet us respect us. When the Boko Haram thing started in Maiduguri, it was us, the indigenes, the people, the Kanuris, who came together and said, this thing is among us. And then we started getting on, and then we raised the civilian JTF. That was how Boko Haram was dealt with. Kanuri man will bring his own children and said, Gashina ina chikin Boko Haram. And that was how we dealt with it. Mayati Allah Association, 80% of the responsibility of the genocide is on you. You have the 80% answer. Because if today Mayati Allah says this genocide will stop, it's not herders and farmers clashes. Intentional genocide, terrorism, and that must stop. It must stop. I'm not happy to move as a Fulani man and my tribe is being profiled. My children, when they travel out and Fulani, here Fulani, there Fulani, I am a proud Fulani man. I am a proud Kanuri man. It's just like when Boko Haram started. We're not proud of it. Why should it be from Borno State? But then we decided to fight it. I am here to say, Nigeria, we are not honest to ourselves. And whatever we do, please, there is one thing, whether to the security agents. My father fought in the First and Second World War. One of the highest respected military veteran that survived and lived long in Nigeria before he passed on at over 130 years. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing we grew up under them is justice and equity. What is white, call it white. Because whatever you do, because of little kobo you will get today, your descendants will suffer the seed you plant. Whatever you do, agree with anybody to lie on a people, blood will speak. So I want to say this to us. It's enough. I feel the pain of a little baby. I was playing with my grandchildren yesterday, 3-year-old. What crime has that 3-year-old committed? Just last year, I decided to farm and help people because the way people were suffering. I bought so much plots of land, shared it one plot, and gave people my equipment, everything to farm, because we have to stop the hunger. We can't keep looking at the government. If they won't do it, let's help ourselves. I established the farm, gave people farm, and the people farm rice. Just within 48 hours, some Fulani boys moved in their cow and ate everything. I came to the distance and I invited the Ardo of that place. And I asked, Mesa Kukabari. Millions akasaka anori. Let's not be lying to ourselves. It's not about tribe. We are Nigerians. We must respect we are Nigerians. Whether you're a Muslim, whether you're a Christian. I was a Muslim. Till today, my family is divided into two, Muslims and Christians. There are sheikhs, there are pastors. We sit together with one plate, we eat together, we dine together, we dance together, because nobody is the owner of religion. You decide what kind of faith you want to belong to. But in this country, as I round up, the solution to all we are talking about, let me put it forward, is nothing but let's call our brothers and our sisters the Fulani people and Fulani extract. It's time you speak the truth to yourselves. Because you see, what you don't know, you're building a cloud that will make it difficult for your descendants to walk across the nation of Nigeria. I'm telling you, you may win the fight but not win the war. So you better take a step now and say, look, the reality is this. Whether you're a visitor or you're not a visitor, you're first of all a Nigerian. Whether you came from Niger, you came from Chad, you come from Cameroon, virtually most tribes in this country came from different nations. We all settled down. Some moved from here to Niger. And we have cousins in Niger. I have cousins in Chad. I have cousins in Cameroon. I have cousins in Mali. I have cousins in Sudan. I have cousins in Ethiopia. Because the tribe link and descendants. But the reality is, the Bible says one thing. Where light is, darkness cannot comprehend. When I show you the light, I will love you. Love me. I will care for you. You care for me. I run a foundation, El-Buba Foundation. 85% of all the people in that foundation going through training are Muslims. 85%. Because it is not about religion, it's about humanity. Allah ne ya halice mu, kuma ran ya zamu bar duniyan nan. To in za mu bar duniyan nan, me muke bari a baya? Duk wannan sace-sace, maganan kuɗi, maganan kayan duniyan nan zaka bari. Amma kar ka bar iyalanka da jikokinka cikin wahala. Allah shi ba mu ganewa.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We move to our sociocultural groups. Again, our essence of putting together this town hall, I beg your pardon, is for us to seek solution so that there'll be peace. Our final aim is to achieve peace. If we cannot do it ourselves, we'll be able to aid those who have been vested with the authority and, with the job to seek that peace. So it's a collective effort. I'll call on the sociocultural groups I mentioned earlier. First, I would like to call Alexander Wanselos Avong, who is the Grassroots Development Monitoring and Advocacy Center. And after him, we would call Honorable Peter Achibo, is the leader of the TIF IDPs in Wukari Southern Taraba State. So first of all, Alexander Wanselos, if he's here, please come forward. He is coming all the way from Ilorin in Kwara State. And then after him, we have Honorable Peter Achibo, who is the leader of TIF IDPs in Wukari, Southern Taraba State.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the organizers of this meeting. Honestly, the Middle Belt is a melting pot of cultures, languages, and tradition. And this supposed to breed in progress and development. However, the issues of insecurity, just as we have aired out in this meeting, the issue of farmer herders conflict, and in this meeting today, complaints, we are hammered on the Fulani attacks. This is not the only issues that we are facing in the Middle Belt, particularly in Kwara State. The issue of banditry and kidnapping. As an organization, we monitor and we advocate. And our advocate is for justice and inclusive governance. And I think until we speak the truth to ourselves on the evils that we do to ourselves, there can never be peace. And we also hope and urge the government to also work very hard on their institutions, because we have issues with security agencies, just as some of the participants have aired out. So with we speaking the truth to ourselves and government harnessing our diversities in governance, I think we will all.
Honorable Peter Achibo from Wukari local government area of Taraba State. I represent the internally displaced persons, IDPs, of teeth extraction in Taraba State. There in my state, in Taraba State, we are facing a lot of humanitarian crises following the junctive violent conflict that started since 2019. These humanitarian crises include numerous deaths. Many people have been killed by militias. Some people died out of frustration and other psychological trauma. These deaths affect both sides of the divide. I'm talking about it affects the Jukun, it affects the thief, and sometimes, it may affect other people who are not even the part of the crisis. The crisis also, lead to massive displacement of people. As I'm talking to you, in our last count, that was 2 days ago, we have about 275 villages of Tea people in Ukari alone, and many others in Ibi, Takun, Donga, local government areas that are displaced. These represent a number of a population of about 100,000 of people. It is unfortunate the government has not done anything to know where these people are, how they are living, how they are faring, and other things like that. It has also led to high unemployment. People are displaced, they are uprooted from their places of origin, they can't go to farm, the many jobs they were doing, they cannot trade and nothing like that. This has led to high level of unemployment, leading to hunger and starvation. There is no food for people to eat and other things like that. This has also led to a whole lot of out-of-school children. Many of us children cannot go to primary school, they cannot go to secondary school because we are displaced, even in the places we are staying, because we don't have any source of livelihood, we can't send them to schools. And this is leading to what I call destitution, crimes, and prostitution. I'm sorry to have said this. Prostitution in the sense that some ladies who cannot cater for their children and other things like that may tend to, indulge in any sort of things just to make a living, and this is so much unfortunate. And some young guys that were uprooted from their own places, how will I put it, their parents killed, now we tend to crime. Then you talk about violent crime, kidnapping, and other things like that. And these are some of the things we are facing in southern Taraba, especially in Ukari local government. We also face what I will call desecration of cultural values. Our cultural values as Tea people are being desecrated. What I mean by this is that many times when we bury our dead, the Juku militias will come and exhume the bodies, burn them in the coffins, and leave them like that. It's so much unfortunate. I will cite an example of one Sir Michael Usangi. Sir Michael Usangi was an indigene of Ukari local government. He grew up there. He attended his primary school in Ukari. He did his secondary school in Ukari and graduated at Ahmadu University in 1981. This man joined the services of the Great Gongola State as a teacher and grew through the ranks to become the principal and later the director in the educational sector in the state, that is Taraba State. When recently he died as a result of psychological trauma, his house, his property were destroyed and other things like that. He had told us that the only thing we can do to assuage his pains is for him to be buried with his ancestors. And then this man was brought and buried at China, close to Ukari, his father's house, China. China has been existing over hundreds of years ago. In fact, before Nigeria was created. The Juki militia came, exhumed the body, burned this person, and left the corpse like that. It was the DPO officer in Ukari local government whom we called, and I want to appreciate that gentleman. He ordered his men to come and gather the remains and rebury it. At Toyoshai, one woman was buried. The king of Rafinkada ordered that the woman should be exhumed until he was given 300,000, and the news began to circulate that he stopped it. So we are facing a lot of humanitarian crises, including denial of certificate of state origin, denial of traditional rights and representatives, and other things like that. When during Ukari Federation, that was about during colonialism, the district had 3 chiefs. That was the Akukan, the Garau Donga, and the Uketakum. And these 3 chiefs were district heads, and they were followed directly by village heads. All the village heads were chiefs because they were paying taxes. Now, as I talk to you, the district chief have been promoted to first-class chiefs, while the chiefs that had been with them since 1922 are still village heads, and they don't have any representatives. The solutions to this, I believe, is that several times the federal government, the state, and other organizations have sat together and asked us to promote inclusivity. The government of Taraba State refused or have failed to do this. I'm happy I'm saying this because my governor, Dr. Abu Kefas, is not here, but he's ably represented by my uncle, and I believe he will take this to him. What I'm trying to say is that if the governor cannot look at the previous resolutions about 4 of them, that the governor of Taraba State and the people of Benue State and other people who are indigenous of Taraba State have sat together and provide, they should look into it or bring out other white papers to resettle the T people back to their ancestral land. Please, it will not take the governor of Taraba State anything for him to just make a pronouncement that the T people of Taraba State should be allowed to return back to their ancestral land and provide the security necessary for this. It will not take him anything. Because during the campaigns, he promised us, the thief, that immediately he assumes office, we will be returned back to our own ancestral land. He has failed to do that.
Please, we have to conclude.
Thank you so much. I'm very sorry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, again, we need to be mindful of our time as we proceed. We are coming closer to trying to wrap it up in good time. As we speak, please let's be mindful of our time. I would also like to call Professor Zachary Gundu, President, Team Professionals Group in Benue State. If he's here with us, he can please quickly join us. And after Professor Zachary, we also have Professor Alamvibi Ephraim Idrogo. Please forgive me if I did not pronounce the name well. He's the convener, Movement Against Nomadic Herdsmen Occupation of Tiv Land in Benue State. Thank you so much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I will enter a caveat because I'm in the spotlight. The sitting governor has threatened to take me to court. We are waiting for him. But I want people to know that I'm not speaking as a vice chancellor of a university in Benue State. I'm speaking for the Tiv Professionals Group. And I want us to realize that what is happening in this country, no matter whether it's happening on the Plateau, in Benue, in Kwara, in Taraba, it is the same thing that is happening in every part of this country. It's larger than we think. So let's not just be thinking about the small things around us. Let us not be thinking of the smaller things around us. There's a bigger picture. Nigeria is a country of about 250 nationalities, 250 distinct nationalities. It is a country that has about 510 living languages. That is immense diversity. But this diversity does not even approximate the diversity of a country like India. Yet the Indians have been able to hold their heads high and to resolve their problems. I want us to sit back and see whether no person is using us, particularly people who are not Nigerians. I want us to look at that. Everywhere in this country where there is conflict, you will see there are mineral resources which are also illegally being mined. Whether you go to Zamfara, whether you go to Katsina, whether you come to Benue, whether you go to Niger, it is about minerals. And those of you who are on the plateau also know that what is happening here behind is also about minerals. If you look at the Mangu belt, you look at the Mangu side, you look at Birom, you look at Barkinladi, you look at that belt. It's a belt that the geologists say is full of cassiterite, and it has gemstones. Is it by chance that when people come and attack villages, the same villages are infested with people who are mining without any threat to them? It's happening virtually everywhere. And this is also happening in areas that produce a lot of food. If you take Mangu, for example, is it by chance that this is the area where they produce bulk of the maize in this place? And if these people are threatening our food security, if they are threatening our food security, is it possible that all this talk about GMO, which our government is busy embracing, is also something that is related to what is happening? I'm coming now to the Fulani people. I'm appealing to you. You are not the only nomads in this country. And when your leaders say that this is about climate change, they are also telling us lies. The child basin is more threatened, is a more stressful area in terms of climate. Yet it also has pastoralists, which have not moved to go and graze by force in other parts of the country. If the Fulani think, if they ever think that they can move and have access to any part of this country for their own livelihoods at the expense of other people, they are joking. You should tell them they are joking. It will never happen. I come back to security. I'm so happy I was in the Benue dialogue. The Benue dialogue wasn't properly represented by the heavy security presence I see here. But it also shows the type of things the politicians are doing. Probably they are more serious about security here. But when you have Operation Haven, Operation Safe Haven, unless you want us to believe that you are providing safe haven to the Fulanis of this world to kill people, if it is not safe haven for them, it is enough that you secure our lives. This country belongs to all of us, all of us. And when I say they are about using us, it is possible that those of us who are intellectuals and who are not reading the situation properly are also being used. Is it possible that the security is also being used? Is it possible that the politicians are also being used? If something happens to this country and it disintegrates, it is foreigners, the Americans, the Europeans who are going to benefit. So those of us who are Nigerians must know this, and we must come together to make sure that we have a country that we are proud of. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Before we go on to the next speaker I mentioned earlier, who is also a professor, I would quickly like to call the representative of the governor, the executive governor of Plateau State. I'm talking about the Commissioner of Information, Commissioner for Information, I beg your pardon, Right Honorable Joyce Ramnap, who would like to address us and share her own thoughts before she leaves. Thank you, ma'am.
A very good afternoon to all of us, the heads of security operatives on the Plateau. It is our constant opinion, and we believe in the efforts that we're putting as a team. Thank you very much. Somebody said I should use the campaign voice. So I thought I was audible enough with that voice. I didn't know I wasn't being heard. So you permit on the protocol that has already been laid here, and I recognize all our leaders across the Middle Belt Zone, our leaders here in State, our heads of security, our various indigenous groups, the ethnic groups, the professional groups, every group that is represented here today. Good afternoon to every one of us. Okay, I stand to speak on behalf of the governor, who would have loved to share in his thoughts on what is going on here today, but is unavoidably absent. But he sends his appreciation. We believe in the process of peace, and that is why we will give our own support for this building process for us to have peace in Plateau, by extension, the Middle Belt and Nigeria at large. We want to thank you all for your contribution. We appreciate all the concerns that have been raised here, and we note it critically. Those that affect us as a state, we note them. Those that affect, I guess, the security, I've been seeing the GOC is taking note, everyone is taking note here. I was taking note as well on the issues that have been raised here. So I want to assure us that all the concerns that have been raised will not go unattended to. I'm hopeful that we will get a lasting solution to the issues. But one thing that is sure here is the fact that there's some complexity in the issues that have been raised that is beyond us dealing with it as Plateau State government. However, there are much efforts that are being put in place to address these issues once and for all. Having said that, I can also share with you a bit of what the governor is doing. However, we are constrained with time. But just to let you know that even as a state, the state government has taken measures to ensure that we have lasting peace on the plateau. And this is why in the issues that affect us on our peaceful coexistence, the governor has set up a committee of interreligious dialogue that has equal representation of ethnic groups, of religious groups, and it's co-chaired by Professor Yamsat and the Emir of Wase, who doubles as the chairman of GNI, to propose solution and to advise government as to what measures can be put in place for us to have peaceful coexistence, tolerance, and the way forward for our people on the plateau. I do not want us to sit here and send the wrong narratives, please. Whether it affects anybody, as a government, we are the government of the people of Plateau State. And as the mantra of the leader of this administration, he has been very categorical. He has said times without number, he doesn't care what tribe you belong to. If you are on the plateau and you believe in a plateau, you are a brother. Bring your hand and let us move together for that growth of Plateau State. So I do not want us to leave here or send the wrong narrative as though we do not stereotype. We do not stereotype. If you are a Plateau person and you believe in the Plateau project, you are a Plateau person. If you do not believe in it, then probably you're not a Plateau person. But we are working as a team to make sure that we grow the state. And of course, other measures that have been put in place for the peace building process on the Plateau, which probably time will not permit me to roll out that. I'm sure that we would get more efforts from our security operatives that will also guide in the Security Council meeting on how to build the peace process. Having said that, I want to thank everyone. Thank you all for taking our time to share your concerns. We are all in this together. We are all in this together. Our strength is in the people that we have as a people on the plateau. The collective growth of the people of Plateau is the collective strength of Plateau State as a government. We will continue to put together policies and programs that would enable our people to grow and develop on the Plateau State. Please, let's be very careful and be mindful of the things that could further escalate this fragile peace that we are enjoying, whether it's in Plateau or in other parts of Nigeria. Thank you very much for taking our time to come here today. We'll take notes here, and then I will communicate that as well to the governor, who sends his warm regards and he's very grateful that you chose Plateau State as a center to deal with the issues of the North Central. Thank you, and once again, God bless us all.
Thank you very much, ma'am. And I see that, I hear that some are concerned that our guests will be leaving, but please remember that we still have the Director of Press and Public Affairs here. So whatever it is that we say, our suggestions, our complaints, our ideas, will still get to the appropriate authorities. And by that, I mean, of course, to His Excellency the Governor as well, as he still has representatives here.
Yeah, thank you. Distinguished participants, we appreciate New Central TV organizing this very important occasion. I am Alain Bebe Idiru. I'm a professor of sociology, and I'm representing the movement against the occupation of Tiv land. First, we all know the indigenous populations in the Middle Belt. We all know who is indigenous. We know where people were residing before 2001, when the crisis started. We know who has been displaced. The indigenous population has been displaced, and we know the people who are occupying the place. If a criminal comes to steal your house and remains in your house, it is the responsibility of the government to get the person arrested, evicted, and prosecuted. We all know that. So our position in the movement is that those who can displace the indigenous population should be evicted. They should be arrested and prosecuted. That is our own position. We are also saying that there must be protection for the indigenous population to go back to where they were displaced. If government cannot provide that protection, then government should legalize the possession of arms so that people can protect themselves. It is also our demand that those who were displaced, their houses should be rebuilt for them, and that they should be compensated so that they can continue with their livelihoods. No person should be placed in IDP camp for more than 1 month. If it happens, it means that government is ranching human beings and allowing the herdsmen to move about with their cattle. This is our stance. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prof. And the last person I'll call in this category before we move forward is Professor Timothy Tezdungwe Dugeri. He's a representative of the Acting President, Tiv Development Association, TID, all the way from Nasarawa State.
Okay. Good afternoon, gentlemen and ladies here present. I'm representing the president of TIDA from Nasarawa State, and the issues are very straight and direct. The two people in Nasarawa State have been marginalized over, like the last speaker said, we are very conversant with the tribes that occupied particular areas within the Middle Belt. The two people in Nasarawa State are not settlers or migrants as is being portrayed today. Things took a head with the last regime of Governor Sule, who had to acquire swathes of lands, ancestral lands. For first, it was acquired for Dangote and Olam. Just last year, in March, there's a proposal for acquisition of 10,000 hectares of the people's ancestral lands. The questions are very simple. Why is it that a particular community will have their lands targeted and acquired against known principles of acquisition? The UN, the AU, to which Nigeria is signatory, is against acquiring large swathes of land because you are displacing a community and you don't want them back. This is happening within southern Nasarawa State in the governments of Kiana, Obi, Doma, and Awe. And the history has been distorted. But again, history is too notorious to be distorted. I say this because the whole of this trouble began with Nasarawa State creation and the desire to grab power. These people have cohabited in this area before colonial times. The records are there. Go check who were the people who were the highest taxpayers and those people who were most populated in these areas. You can't just wake up today and want to change history. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way. But this is what we are facing. As I speak to you now, the political space is being closed of the T of Nasarawa State. In the Second Republic, I will give you just one example. One local government area called Awe today has been split into Awe, Doma, and Kiana. Two people were the majority of councillors in that local government area. What has happened to the two people in that place? If there was a plague, was that plague particularly targeted at a particular ethnic group that decimated these people? The governments that have come over time, at one point, people were appointed commissioners. Today, there is no single TP person who is the permanent secretary in that government. The space is being closed gradually, and the government appears not to be concerned. It's taking a dimension where people are thinking the governor's actions or inactions portray that marginalization policy. As I talk to you now, these people are not being represented in the state's traditional council. They are placed under other tribes. And they've been there in the 1800s, not today. Like the other speaker spoke, why are those people who were with them as village heads or district heads raised to first-class chiefs? And these people today, you could barely find one person there who is a village head. What option? Sadly, it will appear that chiefs of some communities under which these people have been placed under are using the Fulani to attack them. So the Fulanis come and attack, displace, and occupy the space. But we must remember when Nasarawa State was created in 1996, Doma was made part of Benue State. There was hues and cries. Abacha had to come and intervene. And these people were left into Nasarawa State. There were promises. They have not kept a single one. As I speak to you today, the killing has continued. Just 2 nights ago, Mr. Sharpla in Alima village in Kadroko was slaughtered in his house. This is happening every day. And we have security. The question we keep asking is, what is happening that security is not able to intervene? A crisis is now brewing in Kuduku. As I speak to you now, a whole lot of people have been displaced and they cannot come back. A chief in Kiana vows that they can never come back. They spoke about graves being desecrated. It's ongoing on a daily basis. And so when you say we should call for solutions, solutions are easy. If we are honest to ourselves, then we have to open the space to the people that are there. If anybody thinks they can use the Fulani to displace the people of Nasarawa State and take over their land, then they are joking. Go to the colonial records. The archives are there. Go and look at the records, and you will know who came. We said we're all settlers, agreed. But other people came before others. That is the word of Abdullahi Sule. Abdullahi, former governor, former governor of Nasarawa State, that yes, we can agree that people are all settlers. Some came in the morning, some came in the afternoon, some came in the evening. We're not arguing that. But we must be honest. You cannot keep displacing people. You come, meet the people, we mislabel it and we call it farmers' headers clash. The question nobody asks, did these farmers in Plateau, Benue, or wherever go to attack the Fulanis in their homes? They come and attack and kill in the dead of the night. And you say it's a clash? This is not, it's genocidal. The reason being that the person who displaces you destroys your homes and crops, does not even want the survivors to live because they have nowhere to go to, they have no food to eat. Economically, these people have been impoverished. The government knows what to do. Their sponsors are not in the villages. Those who buy those AK-47s are in the cities. People who stole so much of government money and they don't know what to do with it. So they buy AK-47 and arm these people. And we have come to a situation whereby if it is not controlled, somebody said it here, that soldier man who is staying in the bush to secure this country also has a brother or sister. His mother is killed. His father is killed. They will turn the guns on themselves someday. So we must thank God that they have kept their heads level to hold this country together. But if something is not done, a time will come when they will be overwhelmed, and we will have no nation. So let the government of Nasarawa State grant the political rights of the people in Nasarawa State. Let's have that inclusivity in traditional rulership of Nasarawa State. And then finally, let those local chiefs stop using the herdsmen. Somebody spoke here the last time, he said, you had better be careful. One tribe against the whole country may appear to be working today, but when the whole country turns against that tribe, it will be difficult. We don't want to get to that point. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, sir. As we go, I've heard several people talk about security, and I think at this point, it would be good for us to actually hear from some of our security operatives. So I'd like to call on the GOC, who's Major General Folusho Oyinlola. He's the General Officer commanding 3 Armored Nigerian Army, and of course, he's also the Commander Operation Safe Haven.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I just want to say something. As human beings, we always have the tendency to have disagreements. A lot has been said today. The bottom line is that we have not agreed to live together as one. At the end of the day, we're all human beings. We might have different tribes, different ethnicities, all kinds of diversities. But until we decide to live together as one, we are not going to find any solution. A kinetic solution is not going to solve this problem. As has been said, this crisis has been on in the Plateau particularly for 24 years. Can we imagine the number of lives that have been lost these 24 years? On all sides, is it worth it? The answer is no. Until we agree that irrespective whether I'm Fulani, whether I'm Birom, whoever it is that we cannot kill Fulanis, we cannot kill all the Biroms, we cannot kill all the Irigwes. If we want this to continue for the next 25 years, there will still be people from all these ethnicities. But why must we shed blood? How long are we supposed to live on this earth that we are busy killing ourselves? If there is no peace, there can be no development. The areas where all these crises are taking place are vast. We cannot have security in every single place. And even if we do, if somebody wants to kill another person, or vice versa, it cannot be stopped until we agree to stop all the killing. That being said, as Commander Operation Safe Haven, I want to assure everyone that we will be just, there will be equity, and we will be fair to everyone. But we need the help of each and every person. Information comes from you, the populace. As we are seated here, looking well-dressed with different kinds of issues, even the people that we say are causing all these problems from all tribes, they are within us. So until we get information from you, there is very little that we can do. But please, I want you to look at us as your army, your armed forces, and your security agencies. Operation Safe Haven is comprises of all military military and paramilitary agencies. So please, we are for you. Sometimes we keep on hearing that the military or Safe Haven or whoever it is taking sides. To what essence? That is totally untrue. Nobody takes sides, but the fact remains that if your own agenda is not pursued, you feel that somebody is taking sides with the other person. But that is totally false. So please, for us to succeed, we need information from you. If you see something, please say something. We have suggestion boxes in all the sectors that are placed that you can write a note and go and drop it in those boxes. If you have issues with coming out plainly to come and speak to us, please go to those boxes and drop those suggestions. We will treat them, I assure you. And if you are confident enough to come and meet us and speak, please do so. And everything you say will be taken confidentially and it will be acted upon. On that note, I want to thank everybody for being here. It is good to hear everybody speak. Because when you speak, you let out a lot of steam. But one thing is critical. We don't just come to speak and take it as a talk shop and go back and do nothing. Please, when you go back, we are all leaders here. Speak to your words, speak to your people, speak to the youth. That serves nobody any advantage to go about killing people. Most of all, we have crisis merchants. Anytime there is peace for it, I know that something is about to happen. Why? Because there are some people who are benefiting from us having a peaceful situation. And as been said by one of the speakers, at the bottom of all this is a commercial purpose. We have minerals in most of the places that we see the crisis. Why is that? And because of that, it keeps on fueling all the crises that we see. On that note, I want to thank everybody for coming out, speaking up. Please keep on speaking. It is better to speak than to have war or be fighting with each other. Thank you very much, and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, we did say that we would like everybody to have, even if we cannot have every individual speak, at least every group here represented. We would appreciate if we have 1 or 2 speakers from each of those groups. And that's what we're doing as gradually continue our conversation and come to a close. Now, we would like to hear from the Fulani and Miyetti Allah groups, who are here represented as well. There's been a lot of conversation from there, with there. We'd like to hear from them. The first we will have from the Fulani Miyetti Allah group, we would have Hajia Miriam Yusuf Bayero. She's representing the women group. We would have her come forward to speak with us. Okay, she's the one who has spoken. And but before we go on, we also would like to have the Commissioner of Police. I did mention that we have him here. He's also one of the top security agencies, leading one of the top security agencies around here. And it would be good to, of course, hear from that group as well. We had visited him earlier, and he has spoken to us, but would also like him to speak to the generality of the people who are seated here. So I'd like to call on the Commissioner of Police, Plateau State, and the person of Mr. Emmanuel Additional. Thank you so much, sir. CP Emmanuel Additional.
Good afternoon, all. Please, I will have to do away with protocols because we are talking serious business here today. Peace is very important and very central. And all of us here today, we have been talking about peace, 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 peace. Yes. And I know that peace will return back to Plateau. But all of us, we have our role to play. We have our role to play. And let me sincerely tell us here today, all the security agencies on the Plateau today, we need peace more than any other person. Because that is when we can rest. We hardly rest. I'm just trying to bring this out. But as I go on, let me start by saying this. We don't have any reason whatsoever to take life. And I keep saying this in all the meetings, town hall meetings, any opportunity that I have, I will say it. I'm speaking on behalf of all the security agencies. And the way to go is this. If you are aggrieved, report to the nearest security agency. And I'm giving you assurance. When you report, we act on all these reports. We have to work together as stakeholders. As we are building peace on the Plateau, we have to do it together. And that is where we can get results. I've listened to some comments. I'm not trying to take us back. But let me say here, since I came to the Plateau, I've buried many policemen. I've buried some, not in some of these crises. We are losing many of our personnel. They too, they are dying. We have some of them now that are still in the hospital. We are not happy for that. And there are some cases of attacks that security agencies, in working together, we repel them, that are repelled. And there are some that are even prevented. We have instances that some of our personnel walk into ambush. Let me thank some of the stakeholders here today. Some people in the night, they will be calling, please, there are some movement in this so community. We have to respond. Doing all this in order to prevent life. And then I want people to appreciate our effort. Well, some have been saying that there are some bad eggs. Well, I believe in every organization there are bad eggs. But genuinely, security agencies on the Plateau are working to return peace to the Plateau. And you have to stand with us. You have to stand with us. And that is what I will say. All the heads of security agencies, we meet severally. And we share intelligence. As Commissioner of Police today, if I hear anything, either from the members of the public, that I know that, yes, this thing will help us, I will share it with other heads of security agencies, and collectively, our men will respond. There was a particular instance when we went to that community, and we discovered that we don't have enough men in that community. I have to drop all my security personnel in that community that night, and I have to drive myself alone from that place. If you are telling me you are not safe, I said, no, let these people remain here. I will find my way. And other heads of security agencies have been doing this. So please, don't use a minor thing like this to rubbish the security agencies. Let us all work for peace. Let us all work for peace. This thing cannot continue like this. It has to stop one day. And to stop one day, it is our duty to make sure that this thing stops. So I thank everybody. I thank the organizers for convening this very important town meeting. And I believe all of us, we have one or two things to take back home. And when we return back home, please, let us continue to speak. Let us continue to speak peace. And by the time we are speaking peace, we are going to have peace in the Plateau. I thank you, and God bless.
Thank you so much, sir. I also would like to state that we understand that the program has lasted long. It is so that we can all listen to each other and then get to speak back to each other. We appreciate your patience and your patience, and we promise that we'll try and make it as quickly as possible. I was calling on the Fulani Mietiala group. I realized I had called Hajia Miriam earlier, so I would like to move on to the next person and call Garba Abdullahi Muhammad, who's the chairman, Gan Allah Fulani Development Association of Nigeria, GAFDAN. Here, please join us, sir. And then after that, Chief Denen Dennis Bogbon Utsa. He's the president, United Farmers Association, Benue. He would come next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to be permitted to lean on the already well-established protocol. This meeting, I recognize everyone that is seated here and I respect his position. Because anybody who comes here, who made it to this hall, is not by chance. He has worked. So continue working in the positive dimension. We shall see peace, inshallah, in the near future, or even today. I want to appreciate News Central for making this place central, because it has brought from all people from different divides to come and talk peace, preach peace. And I have deduced something from the letter you sent to me. I didn't know that the Middle Belt is having 15 states. It is from your letter I saw it. So subsequently, I will come and you throw more light on that, the ideologies, and where I should come in as a Fulani man to key into peace through that process. Because as the Fulani man would say, that Babba Walugo Nyargo, meaning that if the cows are running, you know, Fulani carry donkeys with them to carry goods along. When cows start running, the donkey will run. The cows know why they are running, but the donkey don't know why they are running. You just follow the running. So the donkey has to know, the cow has to know. So thank you very much. I think we have different kinds of people here who call it different positions. I am made to understand from the nature of the composition of people seated, there are security personnel here. There is no doubt about it. The hierarchy of security personnel are with us here. We have government officials, right from the state government and even beyond. We have our traditional rulers, we have our youth leaders, we have our spiritual leaders, we have we that are the followers. So please, I want to tell us, I don't want to place blame on anyone, or I don't want to exonerate myself. I just want to give us a word of advice, and I pray Allah give me the wisdom to do that. You see, we should be wary of the media propaganda. This is a very, very crucial thing that every Nigerian has to understand. Because I have seen a picture on the social media whereby somebody was matching a little child lying on the ground, matching him wearing boots. The people were commenting that this one is barbaric, this one is this one is that. But when they showed the real picture, it was the same child that put his hand inside the remote. Then he placed on his head. Then the picture was taken without the hand of the child. So we have to understand what is true about what is being portrayed. The government, you have heard all that people say about you. So I advise you to go and work where you have done wrong and improve where you have done right. The security, your eyes are always open, 24/7. That is why security, they don't say they sleep, but they are resting. Let me go and pin down. Because if you say security is sleeping, you are wrong. So security, they are always awake. So you have heard where they pressed you, and you have heard maybe the blame is more than, no, it's not the blame, it's a complaint. The complaints are more than the press. So go back to your, I advise, it's not a command, so that I should not be in a cell. So I'm advising the security to go back to their drawing board, see where they have to improve. Then the spiritual leaders, the pastors, the imams, you are key, very key in peace process, very key, because you have congregation. And what you tell your congregation is anything that has to promote peace. I'm advising. So use your pulpits for good. Frown at anybody or your member who wants to use the pulpit for a very wrong narration. Then the spiritual, the traditional rulers, you are the custodian of the community. You are the custodian. So work together with people under you from different diversity to work for peace. Because in every bad thing, you must have an element of good thing. In every good thing, you have element of bad thing. So we should leverage on this and we move forward. And I also advise further that we should be wary of what we say. Then please, with collective collaboration, we have youths. Let's bring them together. Let's form holistic vigilante group, not vigilante group that will take sides. We use them to maybe repel attack. We are not praying for any attack again. But in case we repel, we use them now to guide. We know before today we exist because we have 1 year, 17 days to celebrate our silver agony. We will not say silver jubilee, silver agony, because we have 1 year, 17 days to become 25 years of continuous crisis. When will this one stop? We have to strive and stop it somewhere, and everybody must key in. Don't say, Bandakai. There was a politician who wanted to form a political party. He went to his superior and said, Ina so kunjia siyasa amma banda yang iska. Then the man told him, already kafa di ay. Say, bangani ba. The yang iska you don't want in your political group is the same yang iska you used to get votes of yang iska their type. So we should learn. And finally, we should learn from two people. We should learn from coaches of football. And we should learn from leaders of jungles. Some will say, why is he mentioning jungles? Because I see obedience in the jungles. Jungle means where they have leaders. If the leader said don't do this, they will not do that no matter how they want it to be done. Why are we not doing that? Why are our youth not listening to our elders? We should learn from that, but don't learn the smoking, no. Then the coaches. If you see a football match, more especially between Mangu and other these big shots, if you see them, you see a Fulan man there clapping with a Birom man, rejoicing. Even they are cheering the same team. But if they go outside, say Birom different, Fulani different. Why? Let's learn from the coaches. So we thank God that we are all here. And as people said, let's carry the gospel back home. And let's do the bottom-up approach, as the GOC used to say. Thank you very much for listening, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. We're making progress, and we're gradually coming to a close. I'd like to call Alhaji Salisu Isa Muhammad. Oh, sorry. Chief Dennis, please. After Chief Dennis, we'll have Alhaji Salisu Isa Muhammad from the Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria. He will be the last person we have in this category. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Chief Dennis Bongwota. I would have loved some of these principals to be here, but I will talk. I stand to speak on behalf of the vulnerable farmers. I'm not speaking for a particular ethnic group. And I want to also inform you that I wear two caps. I speak for headers too, because they are also members of our associations. Other speakers have said it rightly, and I will not want to repeat what they have said. We know it is not farmer-header clashes, as has been alleged, and that has become a center of this crisis. Thank God that we have beginning to realize the truth. We are dealing with a well-planned, calculated, genocidal attacks and land-grabbing campaign being orchestrated by some mischief traditional rulers that are within us here. Land has become a precious stone, and people want to get money. It has become a business. The security have seen land as a business. When you deploy them to the rural area, our main issue has not been identified. We are suffering from what we call Sharia. I happened to serve in Sokoto State 2005 and have been in Sokoto as a community developer. Sharia is about injustice. Sharia is not peace. And that is what we are suffering of here. You cannot tell me that a child is born, is not raised by his parent, he doesn't feel any parental upbringing. The child is abandoned on the street, scavenging, and he grow, become matured, and expecting to see a fellow child like him, decent, and you tell him that all is well. Where are these bandits recruited from? Who are these bandits? We have them in our homes. We accept that tradition. If it's a religion, we accept it, and we don't know that it's a danger. That is what is consuming us. We that were in the rural area, you could find out that some Fulanis that we allege are mostly innocent. We were born and brought up with some Fulanis. But because of misconception of farmers' headers, we are forced to be in that disagreement with them, of which there is nothing like that. Some of these people attacking are hired. They are paid for. They are not doing it free. Somebody said, do it. It's a project. As you know, Sharia is a project. It's a project. It started in Zamfara. It's gradually now circulating. Whether it is formal or informal, what we are passing through is Sharia. Some desperate, mischief traditional rulers and leaders in this country are bent to implement Sharia. And that is what is happening. We are being persecuted Our girl child are defied, are gang rape, we are kidnapped, we are forced to pay ransom. No justice. And Sharia is about injustice. The security agency are into business of terrorism. Banditry become a lucrative business. And that is it. They have everything that it takes to end this thing. These people are just very few. They know where they are. They know what they do. They communicate with them. So why they find it difficult to end this situation? Let me give you an instance of Nasarawa State, because I came in from Nasarawa State. The government of Nasarawa State is being forced to be silent on the injustice happening in Nasarawa State. And everybody begin to look at him as a bad leader. As a governor, you should know that the right thing should be done. Whether we like it or not, there is not farmers, there is no headers issue. Fulani in Nasarawa State, I can rate them at 5% because they're not much as that. But it is only in Nasarawa State that the Fulani find it comfortable to form a nomadic vigilante that was sponsored by the government, where other tribes were not given such opportunity. Immediately after the inauguration at the City Hall, the security agency arrested the leader. But what happened to the 4,000 people that were properly trained? Where are they? Are they not the one causing mayhem around this area? Why can't we take the truth? So I stand here to tell you that in my position, I have suffered a lot of victimization, intimidation by security agency, and that kept making me stronger. You arrest me, you will not kill me. But I will keep on telling you, if we must address this issue, let's all look at these issues. These issues have started for a very long time. We must, I said that, Al-Majiri must stop. That is where our problem is coming from. And we must say no to Sharia. Whether we like it or not, Sharia is about injustice. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And as I mentioned earlier, we would have one more person in this category before we move forward. I would like to call Alhaji Salisu Isa Mohammed, Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Magban, to please join us before we end for this particular category.
Okay. Okay, let me say good afternoon to all of us. And I want to stand on the existing protocols of this gathering, which is very important, and only thank the organizers, as it is their plan and wisdom to bring all of us here, despite the diverse nature we are. And we have heard a lot, and I have listened to almost the previous speakers, and I like what the organizers said, that we should be looking at the solutions to these problems. We have had experiences, bad experiences from those that speak before us, and now we're looking for solutions. And if we are very sincere in looking for these solutions, God who created us with these diversities will surely show us way out. And by that, I want to provide some solutions to this meeting and gathering today. I don't take a side from this accusation. Yes, I belong to Mieti Allah, Cattle Breeders Association of Nigeria, Makban, and I will continue to be there. And I'm going to give my contribution towards seeing that, yes, peace is returned not only to Plateau, but to North Central entirely, and to the country generally. As to the solutions, I think all of us, we need to give confidence to these institutions, to traditional institutions that we have. We have confidence in our traditional institutions, and we work closer to them, and we give them the necessary information they need to hear from us. Then we are taking a path in problems. We should give confidence to our traditional institutions and then give them all the neat information that comes to us. That is one. We also need to have very good confidence in our security agencies. Yes, they may be doing one or two things wrongly as human beings. They are human beings. But when they got it right, we should clap for them and then pray for more. But the most important thing is to have confidence in them. Let me cite just one example. If somebody is alleging that somebody has occupied his ancestral lands the way they ego it all the time, if you are alleging that somebody has occupied your land or your house, you have the courts, you have the judiciary. Go to the judiciary, report the person and have your facts and come and establish your facts and then take it back to him. But it is very, very wrong, very, very wrong and very barbaric. If you think somebody has taken away your land and you are arming yourself every day you manufacture guns in your village in order to come back and take over an alleged land that somebody has taken from you. You are bringing two wrongs. And I tell you today, and I keep telling you this, two wrongs never make what? A right. So if you have a land that somebody has taken it, please go to the instituted authorities, such as courts. And if it is a criminal trespass, report to the nearest police stations. Thank God, the commissioner of police has stood. Am I safe? Am I safe? If I'm not making sense to you, please keep quiet.
You are safe. Please, can we let him speak? Can we let him finish? Please, can we let him finish, please?
If you can talk 10 times to the entire world, to the other planets, not this world, that somebody has taken a land from you, and you did not give confidence to the judiciary so that you report and institute a matter of taking away that alleged land, then you keep on talking and you have not helped the matter because you have not reported to the necessary authority. So what I'm saying, in essence, anybody that has anything, a grief of anything, you should channel your grievances to the direct channels, so that we forget about taking laws into our hands. This reprisal and reattack is only coming when we forget our constituted authorities. Let's give them confidence. And finally, let's talk of our values. We have values. We respect ourselves as human beings. Before you think that you are a Fulani man, before you think that you are a Birom man or a Mogaful man, think of being, I am a human being. We are all humans. And God has wisdom and reasons. And nobody will dispute the reasons for making us human and for making us to live together. And we continue to live once and together. And then we embrace peace. Thank you for inviting me. I give you a moment.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. As we move on, the groups that have been taking care of people who have been suffering from these issues. We have people in IDP camps, we have people who have lost homes, who have lost farmlands, and we have our civil society groups and NGOs. They are the ones who have been doing a lot of the caretaking, supporting, feeding. So I would like to call on these NGO groups to please come forward and give us these particular words of advice like we talked about, suggestions from what they've seen. What are the suggestions? What is the way forward? How have you been helping? How can we continue to help? I'll start by calling Reverend Dr. Gideon Paramalam, who's the president and CEO of the Gideon and Fumi Paramalam Peace Foundation. After Reverend Dr. Gideon, we also have Professor Tella Sunday Ngarka, is the chairman, Taraba Independent Peace Committee, Jalingo, Taraba State. And after him, the third person is Rahab Noma Womisit, President, Women Wing, Plateau State. Very limited time.
Yes, he's asking my name. My name is Gideon Paramalam. And I want to commend News Central for organizing this town hall meeting. And there are a few things I'll say, but we've taken time, so I'm being careful. But let me ask, how many people here, and please feel free to put up your hand, you really believe that this crisis, the killings, the attacks should continue? Anybody who wants it to continue? So how many people here believe that these killings, these attacks, this state of violence must stop? If you want it to stop, please put up your hand. Let's see. So I'm grateful that majority of the people who are seated here want to see this crisis, attacks, killings stopped. So there are things that must be done in order to see this happen. The intentionality. So let me answer his direct question. One, all those who have been displaced, a conscious commitment needs to be made to return them back to the places where they were removed. It is important that the federal government of Nigeria does not leave this responsibility only to the state governors. The federal government needs to do more than they are doing in helping to end these attacks and crises in our states. So second, returning them. I want to make a direct appeal to the Plateau people. Those who are from Plateau, please listen to me. I have listened to all the arguments. By the way, I've been involved in pushing for peace for a long time. It's not now. When I hear people talk about indigenship, I keep hearing it. We've discussed it back in 2010. And I'm saying this because I want to advise people from Plateau. Whether you're a Muslim, you're a Christian, please listen. The issue of indigenship, it's a constitutional matter. It is not a matter for a state governor or a local government chairman. That is something that needs to be resolved constitutionally at the federal level. And the federal government needs to come up with very clear solutions to addressing this problem. If they want to propose a bill to the National Assembly, it's required. So let me say this, and I say this as a peace builder, and I say this as a friend. When you are a Fulani man and you say you want certificate of indigenous in Plateau State, please think, how many people born from people from Plateau State who have lived in places like Kaduna, Zaria, lived in places like Sokoto, Kano, can they claim indigenship? So I'm raising this because I just want us to reason. Listen, I'm a peace builder, but you can't have peace without justice. So let's work to bring about justice. So I want to appeal. I have more to say, but I have to stop. for the sake of this young man who is leading us. What I want to do by way of appeal to News Central, and I'm asking this very honestly and openly, those of you who believe that people work together, let's walk the middle of the road, not extremists. You know, you don't want to see any Fulani man here. I don't want to see any Birom man or a Bokkos man. That cannot stand. We need to find ways to coexist. And if you believe we must find ways to coexist, and I stand for that, I don't know how you're going to do it in New Central. Get us the names and the numbers of those people. If you want us to work together to bring about peace, Muslims, Christians coming together, Bokkos people, Fulani people, Hausa people, if you want that to happen, please, whether it's, thank you, whether it's Taraba, Benue, Kaduna, Plateau, and Niger, even Zamfara. It is not good for you to generate a narrative about the places where those governors are. Let's get the correct information and share it out. That's what. Let's also agree here, whether it's Benue, whether it's Taraba, whether it's Plateau, and the other places. Let's agree that we need to do something to tell our people to stop killing one another. Are you with me? Yes. I have very strong at the back. We work together with them to control situations in other places. An elderly man and another one, and we work together. It's very possible to work together. And I hope that the killings in a place like Bokkos will need to stop. And out of respect for the time, I'm praying that this town hall will not just end up as a talking shop, but that this town hall will produce something for North Central by the grace of God. That when next New Central comes back here, you'll be hearing testimonies of how we've resolved to work together to end the killings in our respective places. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to quickly respond before we move on to what you have said. New Central is a station of nation building, and that is why we set the town hall, New Central Town Hall. We have taken it to several parts of the country, and even outside the country, and we intend to continue to do that for the betterment of the country. So we also will be working closely with the security operatives, as we obviously already do. And whenever there's security information passed to us, rest assured that we will disseminate to the general public. Speaking of security operatives, I would like to recognize the presence of CN Anthony Tella Gota, who is the State Commander, NDLEA, Plateau State Command. Thank you so much for joining us here, sir. I also like to recognize the presence of Ishaku Musa, who is the Commandant, Nigerian Security and Civil Defense Corps, Plateau State Command as well. Thank you for your patience. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. I called earlier to join after Reverend Gideon, Professor Tella Sunday Ngarka, who is the chairman, Taraba Independent Peace Committee, Jalingo, Taraba State, and after that, Rehab Noma Womisit, I beg your pardon, who's the president, Women Wing, Plateau State. Please forgive me if I didn't get the name correctly.
Thank you. Yeah, good afternoon all. I am not Professor Tala. I am Gabriel, representing him. In fact, he actually has a paper on this, what he's talking about, but it is submitted to the organizers. He said I should thank the organizers so much for bringing us together, the middle belt, in the middle belt, to talk about the peace that concerns us. Since there is no time, I will only highlight some of the suggestions that he has brought forward. One, he identified that a majority of the attacks that happen in the middle belt, because of its green nature, are caused by cows. It is from cow that then attacks come in. So we must not put the issue of cows behind. He said, all the Fulanis in this room, they are assumed to be learned. They should join all of us in the room to make sure that we all put a voice to the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development to try to do what other countries have done to make sure that cows do not cause death in our region. And by that, he's saying that some countries like US that has cows so far more than Nigeria are living in peace. But here is because he's a professor of history. So he said because some persons feel that open grazing is a traditional thing that came from generation and must not be stopped. But that the population has grown beyond allowing open grazing to continue because farms have grown, farmlands have grown, cows too are more. So we must put pressure on the Ministry of Livestock Development to make sure that they begin to either register cows or ban open grazing completely so that lives will be saved. He also said one of the security chiefs has also been calling for ban on open grazing. That is the current chief of army staff. So he also said, while that is going on, the youth in the middle belt, the communities should try to put youth together and go out of their ways to make sure that the youth are engaged as security monitors. Because in Taraba, even while we were on the way to this place yesterday, crisis started again in Bandawa. A young girl spoke here earlier about her community. That crisis erupted again in that same Karen Lamido, and 2 soldiers lost their lives in an attempt to try to prevent the crisis. So that is why Tala is saying that it is all mostly started about cows. Some criminal headers will go and say that their cows are Russells. When they actually go and sell these cows, they will tell the owners in the city that the cows are stolen. And then the community becomes a killing field. So he has so many suggestions, but for want of time, I won't want to take your time. That is the major one he highlighted. If we take it to, according to him, peace will return, because that is what other countries, as he has studied, have done to have peace with the cows in their own countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are still taking suggestions, and I've called earlier, I'll still call again, Rehab Norma Womesit, who's the president, Women Wing Plateau State. After that, we have Adams Yahaya Adamu, chairman, Gbagi, Niger State. But before she goes on, I'd like to also recognize the presence of the Deputy Controller of Corrections, Alice Akula. She's representing the Controller of the Corrections in Plateau State Command. Thank you so much, ma'am, for joining us. We appreciate and we apologize that we didn't take your recognition earlier. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Rahab Noma. As the presenter has earlier on mentioned, I want to appreciate the organizers of this program and also to appreciate the governor of Plateau State. I am Mrs. Nobody, but the truth have to be said. I want to refer to Apostle El-Buba, what he has earlier on said. Honestly, should I say majority are men here? Yes. Women may be few. But what we are talking about is the women that mostly suffer all these crises that we are talking about. I wept when I saw a woman that was affected by this crisis. She was crawling in her farm before she will farm, just to get something for the little ones they have left for her. With this crisis, her husband was killed. 3 of her sons were killed. She was left with the small daughter and the small boy, who is the last one. But do you know what happened? She went to her farm the following day. The maize, that woman, she was rolling in her farm before she can farm. Not that she asked for assistance or some people to help her on that farm. She do it herself, crawling. But the Fulani men, or is it the boys, I will say it, the cows, they allow the cows. And some of them, they caught all her maize in the farm. What El-Buba was saying, I was shaking tears for that singular woman. When the crisis started, it's the men that they will be looking for, even the women. But our own, I think, is very mild. You will be left a widow for you to cater for your children. And the elder sons or your sons, they are gone. So all these things that we are saying, please, the leaders, the Fulanis that are here, we have made mention of 8 or 10 states here. The only state that I heard of is the Benue state, that we talk of Taraba and Benue, maybe their own, a little bit different. But the remaining states, we make mention of Fulanis. Thank God Fulanis are here. Young one, we are created by one God. This life that I have is the same life that you have. The Fulani's life is not different from the other tribes' life. So please, we are meant to remain with each other. Women are crying every day. We are being raped just because of this crisis. And majority of this world now, we are women. What do you want us to do? Even in our religions, you are to respect women. But nowadays, there is no respect for a woman. We are the ones taking care of the families. When you kill them all and you decided to kill the women, what are we going to do in this world? So please, my plea is to the leaders of the Fulanis. Please, when you go back, whatever has been the problem, let us come to the round table, and this is the round table today. When we go back, let's preach this gospel to our people that enough is enough. We need peace. We need our children. You love this wife before you marry them. Why do you want to suffer us? Thank you very much. I raise my case.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Please let's remember that this town hall is not for Plateau State alone, it's for the Middle Belt region, and that's why we are trying to touch as many from the different states of the Middle Belt as we can. I would like to call Adams Yahaya Adamu, who is the chairman of Niger State. We also have Dr. Jalo Solomon Ayuba, AFS from Gombe Elders Forum. And then from Kaduna, we have Dr. Gad Shamaki. He's the country director, Clean Foundation. Thank you.
Let me stand on the existing protocol to appreciate News Central for this wonderful bringing together the people from the Middle Belt region to talk on peace and security of the Middle Belt. My name is Adams Yahaya Adamu. I am from Niger State, but privileged to be the chairman of Bagi people from Niger, from FCT, from Nasarawa, from Kaduna, and from Kogi State. I can say that authoritatively that if there's anything that is affecting the Middle Belt, then Bagi are the larger recipients of the crisis in the Middle Belt. And we'll be praying here and we'll be begging here that people who are involved in doing this should please kindly use this opportunity to talk to their people to desist from just those dastardly acts. I want to talk, I wish the security chiefs were here. I want to talk on the intelligence management. There are people here who are willing, because in every tribe, in every ethnic group, there are people who are bad and there are people who are good. And the good people will want this to stop. And when intelligence are shared, they are sometimes leaked. And then you will discover that the person who brought this intelligence or who brought information about these bad people are the victim and at last are killed. So we will want that security operatives to take the intelligence management a very serious business. We must be honest to each other that we must live together. Like our previous speakers have said, if we don't work together, we might be leaving a legacy for our children to face something that they will not be able to control. And I pray that as we've come together, God will bless everyone. Thank you so much, and we are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'd also like to call Dr. Jallo Solomon Ayuba, AFS Gombe Elders Forum, if he's here. Okay, thank you so much. And immediately after him, we would have Barido Mark Jacob, legal advisor of MBF.
Okay, thank you. Allow me to stand on the existing protocol. I am Jallo Solomon Ayuba from Gombe State, a Tangale tribe. I'm a Tangale man. I'm speaking from a community that has been marginalized, oppressed, traumatized. In fact, I tagged our community as a community that their tears never dry because of the constant occurrences of insecurity in our area and other issues related. But since this meeting is to provide solution to all these problems which is affecting the region, I'll just mention two things only. To our security agencies, I think it is high time for us to improve on our security apparatus. Nigeria is a big country. We have advanced technologies that we need to improve on it so that at least we can be able to monitor our environment, including our farmlands. So other countries have improved on this type of security apparatus. So I think Nigeria, our security operatives, we need to do that, because sometimes there are so many battles in our memories. Is it that those people that are perpetrating these evils, are they smarter than our security agencies? That is the battle. How can somebody travel from one location to another to attack a community and our securities are not even aware until the whole thing happened, and before you call them, there are a lot of complaints. So we acknowledge their effort, but then we charge that they still need to improve on their security apparatus. Secondly, thank God we have the Fulanis here. You are our brothers. If I recall very well, the old people that settled, the Fulani that settled with our parents, if they see another Fulanis that are coming to cause trouble, they now inform the indigenes. They unite. But today, it's like the reason why some of these evil that are happening around us, maybe because they are not, part of the community. So, the Mieti Allah, please go back and call your people. They should drop their weapons. All we know with the Fulanis are cutlasses and their sticks. If this will be revert back, I believe we are going to have a peace that we are longing for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. The last person I'll call in this particular group is Barido Mark Jacob, who is a legal advisor of MBF. Barrister. Oh, I'm sorry, that's what's reading here. I apologize.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am representing all of you. Therefore, I will ask that all of you stand up and sit down so that you stretch your back. Yes. And because of that, I'm going to take 2 extra minutes. So please sit down. All right. First of all, we thank and appreciate New Central for organizing this interface on our behalf, because you are doing this work on behalf of the Middle Belt. It is like a first time in history, because from the formation of Nigeria, Nigeria has been wicked to the Middle Belt. Every negotiation about even our constitutions, the Middle Belt is never invited to the negotiating table. The discussion takes place. In fact, they will elect one emir. In those days, it used to be the premier, the sultan, that will go and represent all of you without even hearing from you. From 1948, all the constitutions and constitutional conferences were attended on your behalf. None of your traditional rulers attended. That is how wicked Nigeria has been to the Middle Belt. You have never been invited to the discussion as to what you want in Nigeria. The closest we got was the 2014 conference, where representatives from our native indigenous communities were invited to the discussion. But you can see that because we were part of that discussion, the report of the National Confab has been defeated, has been maligned, was pushed to the ground, and has never been used. So we thank New Central for giving the Middle Belt a face and an opportunity to discuss, and to discuss at the national platform. Secondly, we want to just mention 2 things or 3 that are responsible for all this fight. There is an international conspiracy to grab land. Forget all the issues that anybody will talk about. It is the fight for the land. And again, Nigeria as a country has been unfair to the Middle Belt. Because if you go to the south, they call it Yoruba land, isn't it? If you go to the east, it is Igbo land. Have you heard that? If you come to the Middle Belt, they say it is no man's land. That is the only land that they can take. For instance, we have the FCT. Everybody from any part of Nigeria can become minister of the FCT and grab all the land here and allocate to his cronies. And that is why when Wike became minister, some people protested. Do you know why they protested? It was because for the first time, one of their brothers will not be sharing land to them in Abuja. The entire indigenous communities in Abuja have been chased off the land. And strangers are sharing the land in the FCT, which is part of the Middle Belt, anytime, anyhow they want. Every minister comes with a list of 500 people from his village and allocates land to them. When they realize that they cannot take this land by wayo, they employ violence. And this violence is what you are seeing in different places. And what is it? It comes from our laws. The Land Use Act is a criminal legislation because it gives your land that you inherited from your father, it gives it to the governor of your state. So governors that have been hostile to the Middle Belt are busy sharing this land and declaring that the land that you inherited is no man's land, and that the Fulani from Mali, from Burkina Faso, are afraid to come. Didn't you hear Buhari declare that they can come without visa? That was the agenda. Come from any part of the world, you don't even need visa in Nigeria. There is land. And where is the land? The land is in the Middle Belt. That kind of wickedness has been perpetrated and is continuously being forced down your throat. So the struggle, the attacks are all intended, not just for commerce, but for you to run away from your land so that they can grab it and use it for their own good. They don't have ancestry. Most of them don't have a place where they call their own. So they want you to run away from Bokkos, run away from Mangu, run away from Bandekia, so that they can be owners of land that they did not inherit. Ladies and gentlemen, when we are talking at platforms like this, let us not run away from reality. And that's why I love what El-Buba said, that we must speak truth to ourselves. If government is serious about making sure there is peace, the issue of land ownership must be addressed. There is no way the governor of my state, for instance, will have peace when he says that every land belongs to him, and he allows every itinerant person to walk into any piece of land and settle there without talking to the original owner, without having even a minor discussion. He settles there. And that is why all the forests in the Plateau, in Benue, in Kaduna State, in Niger, the forests are being occupied by strange elements, some of them from foreign countries, and they use force to dislodge the original owners, all because our government has said it is legal for them to look for any land anywhere and settle, because the land, they say, belongs to government. And this is a lie. Land has ownership. Every piece of land on the surface of the earth belongs to somebody. And if you want to use that land, ask the original owner, then there will be peace. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you so much. As we gradually move towards closing, somebody here talked about the media and how the media has been propagating this story, how we should or should not. So I think it is in the right place, or I will be in the right place, to also have us hear from members of the press, journalists who have been covering the conflict in this region for quite a while and have been reporting it. I'd like to call Stephen Kefas, who's the founder and publisher of Middle Belt Times newspaper, Southern Kaduna. And then after that, I would like to call Kim, who has covered the killings extensively in this region. We would like to hear from the two of them. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I have a lot to say, but because of our time, maybe in a minute or thereabouts, I'll be done. I founded Middle Belt Times in 2021, even though I've been reporting the crisis in the Middle Belt since 2013. And why I became a journalist, I call myself an accidental journalist because I wasn't trained as a journalist. I read computer science. But when it became critical to my people that there was an agenda against us, and the mainstream media shy away from it. In 2017, for instance, there was an attack in Bakin Kogi, Kaninkong. And Channels TV, I'll mention names, said 7 houses were burnt and 4 people were killed. I left Port Harcourt to Southern Kaduna. I counted 150 houses, and I saw a mass grave containing 21 persons. So the media is also complicit in what is happening in the Middle Belt. Thank God for News Central for what you're doing. Unfortunately, you are very young. You started in 2017 or thereabouts. But these atrocities have been going on for many years. Before I founded Middle Belt Times, let me tell you why. I was writing for various platforms. And sometimes when I write my stories, they will tell me that these guys are not terrorists. They are unknown gunmen or they are bandits. And one day I spoke to an editor. I said, look, sir, don't publish my story. And in 2019, of course, because if you must speak the truth as a journalist in this country, then you must be ready to face the consequences. 2019, I spent 162 days in prison
for my uncompromised reportage. And when I was stepping into Kaduna prison, the first thing I wanted to see were the terrorists that have been terrorizing our people. I didn't find any. The few I found, including the ones who killed the Agwam Adara in 2018, they were looking better than me that was coming from outside in the prison. As of today, I don't know their whereabouts. They may have been released, because I remember meeting a certain Adamu in Kaduna prison who told me something. He said, look, he was arrested for illegal possession of firearm. That's a capital offense. The security agents are no longer here. I heard somebody talking about the judiciary. It's a compromised judiciary. It is. When I got to prison, I saw a lot of young men from southern Kaduna who were standing trial for simply trying to defend their communities. I wept bitterly. And the aggressors are not in prison. That is injustice. So anytime we gather to talk about peace, and that is why I'm not an advocate for peace building. Sorry to say this. I'm an advocate for justice. Because the peace we are trying to force down the throat of the people is the peace of the graveyard. I call it the peace of the jungle, where the smaller animals are afraid of the lion, so they have to behave. Until we are able to look at ourselves face to face and be frank enough to tell ourselves that, look, you are wrong. I heard my dear sister, Mariam, saying ethnic profiling. That's not true. In 2021, the executive governor of Katsina State, Bello Masari, said that the so-called bandits are Fulanis like him and they are Muslims like him. The Sultan in 2022, during the inauguration of Magban in Abuja Central Mosque, he said that Magban should call the Fulanis to order for banditry. I didn't say it. So should we now say that the Sultan was ethnically profiling the Fulanis? No. As a science student, I was taught that the problem is known. You can't find a solution. And we know the problem, but we are shying away from it. So for some of us, we've sacrificed a lot and we'll continue to do it. I heard somebody say we have one life. And truly, if I die speaking the truth, I die a honorable man. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Members of the press are actually doing their best to push out the true narrative. Thank you very much. I would equally like to call Masara Kim, who's a journalist and has been covering the killings extensively. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, New Central. Thank you to all of you who have made a time to be here. I'd like to start actually by defining the perpetrators, giving a context to what we term as the perpetrators of these very violent and barbaric attacks by all standards that have been orchestrated chiefly within the central region of Nigeria for more than 20 years. As far as I know it, I actually joined the profession as a conflict reporter in 2008, and I have been taking the risk, going to various communities, interacting with survivors, interacting sometimes even with the so-called perpetrators of, those who have been implicated in the attacks. And I have gathered a chasm of evidences that have unfortunately put me out for targeting, both by members of the security agencies and also the terrorists themselves. In 2020, I faced one of the biggest ordeals in my life after surviving multiple ambushes when the DSS put me behind bars, interrogated me for more than 2 days for simply exposing plans by terrorists to launch mass attacks in multiple communities south of Jos, the capital of Plateau State in Nigeria. Today, I like to say that by all standards and by all accounts, the attacks have been credited. Underline the word credited. We are not saying they have, but all the witnesses and all the investigations that have been conducted both by independent bodies and also members of the security agencies point to the the Fulani tribe. Now, for context, the Fulani is a large ethnic group, granted, with membership of more than 35 million across Central and West Africa, and around 10 million in Nigeria. The Fulani group has been very successful in politics, in trade and education, etc. However, a radical faction, a jihadist faction of the Fulani group has been implicated in thousands of genocidal massacres in Nigeria. In the last in recent years, according to non-profits, multiple non-profits, which have been investigating these attacks, the Fulani is responsible for 6 times more deaths, Christian deaths, than Boko Haram. And I dare to say that their victims are not only Christians and are not only non-Fulani members. If you are a Fulani man and you challenge these atrocities, you are also a target for attacks. If you are a Muslim and you challenge these atrocities, you are a target for attacks. And I have lost countless friends who are not from my tribe and who are not from my religion for simply standing up to challenge status quo and challenge their members who oppose these threats. Now, I'm not saying that there are no terrorists or there are no bandits or criminals in other ethnic groups, but when all fingers tend to be pointing in one direction, something needs to be done really urgently. In the course of doing my job, like I said, I have had the privilege of meeting and interacting with different people, multiple people, among whom are rights activists and truth defenders around the world. I'd like to mention my boss, George Saul, the founder and CEO of Equipping the Persecuted Initiative, which has had boots on the ground and helping thousands of survivors, among many others. I have also had to meet with members of the security agencies, some of whom have been very honest and brutal with me as far as the situation is concerned and how helpless they themselves are. And of course, those of them who have decided to throw caution to the wind and intimidate and sometimes even threaten us with death. I have again met and interacted with the very victims, the people at the heart of these attacks. I'd like to mention just a few of them. One of them is by name Webum Alfred. Now, this person is just 1 year old, and at this very tender age, he would never have the opportunity to enjoy or feel the warmth of his mother or the love of his father, never. Reason being that they were all killed in an attack that claimed more than 17 people in the south of Jos on the 24th of July. In the village where that attack occurred, residents were merely reeling from a terror attack that killed more than 200 people during the Christmas season in 2023. In that village of Chirang, in the Bokkos local government area of Plateau State, more than 40 people, including women and children, were slaughtered in a stream where they were trapped while trying to escape, the terrorist attacks. Another victim, just a day prior to that attack that killed more than 40 people in Chirang village, and of course escalated to 36 other villages claiming more than 200 people, Purity Panmun Danat, a 3-year-old, watched in horror as the terrorists slashed and slaughtered her parents and her entire family. Her mother, her father, her 4 siblings, her uncle, his wife, and 3 children were all slaughtered. No trace of this girl's family or generation is is now left, except she. 4 months prior, little Precious Money, who was just 8 months old, was shot in the back. The bullet that pierced through her back busted out through her belly and killed her mother. Again, Precious ended up becoming the sole survivor of an attack that claimed her entire family. Her father, her mother, and 5 siblings all wiped out. Yet, somebody sits in front of cameras and microphone, locally and internationally, and tells us that these are mere clashes between sedentary farmers and semi-nomadic cattle haulers. And I ask, is it a clash when pregnant women are slaughtered in the dead of the night in their sleep, with their bellies ripped open and their fetuses smashed on the wall or on the ground or slashed with machetes? Is it a clash when a farmer simply grazing, who's simply preparing his food crops is attacked on his farm and slaughtered without a trace? And is it a clash when farmers that belong to the same ethnic group or the same religion are spared, and herders that belong to another group are attacked? In other words, Christians who are herders or who own cattle and livestock have been slaughtered. Muslims who are farmers in some instances, as long as they identify with the ideology, have been spared and isolated during the attacks. We need to ponder on these questions and initiate steps, measures that seek to unravel the real cause and the intentions of these genocidal attacks. We share every trait with every other global terrorist organization that I have met. All these things that they do, slashing babies, slashing innocent women and children, raping and even taking women, female hostages for sex slavery, have been done all while shouting Allahu Akbar to celebrate their victory. Is that a clash? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We're gradually coming to the end. We are gradually coming to the end. We have less than 15 minutes to go. We are gradually coming to the end. I would like to call Professor Yusuf Turaki, Professor Yusuf Turaki Bingham Karu Nasarawa. Please forgive me if I didn't get that name right. And then after him, lastly, I would like to call Godwin Okoko, Search for Common Ground, North Central Zone.
Yeah. Good afternoon, my dear brothers and sisters. I sat, listened, and watched. We started with nuclear crisis. That is person to person. Local and then the state, and then a region, and then Nigeria, and then all over the world. Each context has its own identity and problems. And when you are giving reports, we don't know which level that those who are listening will be able to measure the impact of your report. I'll put everything together. The way Nigeria was set up by the British. British used two things to set up Nigeria: structural institutions and values. The Nigerian nation that we are proud of, the British and those who inherited government from the British, they are the custodians of institutions and structures of injustice. The British have created structures that hold all of us together. we're only revolving around within what the structures are. And then the values. The values simply means the way you see things, the way you understand things, the way you interpret things, and the way you apply things. The values are there. What they planted is exactly what we are passing through today. There's nothing new. The crisis, thank you very much, New Central, I know. But since we have talked, just give me a few minutes and we'll wrap up. The crisis that we're witnessing today is not new. Over 200 years ago, the Sokoto Caliphate had its own jihadists. They came to the Middle Belt areas to do three things: slave raiding, slave trade, and then slavery, servitude. That's what they did over 200 years ago. The same thing, the Kanuri did the same thing. They moved to the southern part of Northeast and do exactly the same thing. So there is a very strong geographical and historical correlation between what the Sokoto Caliphate jihadists did in the Middle Belt. Is exactly the same thing that the Fulani headsmen, Fulani militias are doing in the Middle Belt. No difference. The same thing what is going on in the Northeast, Boko Haram. That was exactly what happened to the southern parts of Northeast. So what is new? What is new? There's nothing new. Do you know the problem? The problem is not Nigerian people. The problem is not Hausa, Fulani, Kanuri, Gwari, and so on and so forth. They are not the problem. The problem is the structures of injustice that have been created. The Nigerian politicians are still using them today. The values. There's no time for me to break all these things open for us. But the values are clear. They are very, very clear. Now, where lies the Nigerian problem? You see, we are all part of the same thing. We are just fighting against each other. We are just picking on each other because the structures have forced all of us to be in a bottle. And we are in a bottle fighting each other. Sir, all that we have been talking about here, problem solving, how can you solve the problem? You cannot solve it. Government cannot solve it. Until what? Until all the structures that are creating our disunity, our fight, our quarrels, our killings, unless justice in the structures the way Nigeria has been set up, unless we correct that. And who are the people to correct it? They are the people whom you elect to create structures of justice. But are they doing it? No.
Prof, we have to...
So that is your problem.
We have to wrap it up.
You see, sorry, please. No, we will close it. We will close it.
We are fast spent on time.
Yes, we will close it. Just 1 minute. I wish you put me a little bit earlier. Okay? Just 1 minute. You see, how rich is Nigeria? You are talking about IDPs and all. How rich is Nigerian government? How rich is Nigerian government? How rich is a state? And the IDPs have been there for years. That's where the problem is. That is where the problem is. We lack political, transforming politicians who will transform Nigeria and make Nigeria conducive and habitable for all Nigerians. That is the problem. Sorry, sir. New Central, thank you very much for inviting us for this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. I think in our next town hall, we'll reduce the number of professors that we call so that we'll have some more time. I would crave your indulgence. I have just one last person to call before we wrap it up. Just one, and just 2 minutes. I would like to call with just 2 minutes. Just 2 minutes. Godwin Okoko, Search for Common Ground, North Central Zone. And please, sir, if you take more than 2 minutes, I will personally take your microphone. Just 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Simon. I am standing in for Mr. Godwin. I just want to touch on some of the things that has been said here. I want to believe that a lot has been said. And let me just say this. I'm not going to even spend up to 2 minutes. I knew, for the want of time, I knew we've actually done justice to some of the things. But personally, I think or I feel that we're not being objective. That's why we're still having some of this crisis and this conflict. We don't call these things the way they ought to be called. If it is genocide, it should be called genocide. Where you have farmers, elders, whatever it is, you call it that way. You know, we are not being intentional, and a whole lot of sentiment. And more importantly, we have more merchants of this crisis because of what they benefit from it. An average Nigerian do not want conflict. The same people you want, to fix this crisis are the same people perpetrating these ones. The politicians, they are taking advantage of our vulnerability, you understand, and our weaknesses to perpetrate this. This is one thing I am not scared to say. Honestly speaking, I feel we collectively we have a whole lot to do. You know, firstly, we need to be very, very objective. We need to be very, very intentional. We need to call it the way it ought to be called. If these things are done, I can assure you we're going to have a peaceful Nigeria. And I really want to touch on this. This is very, very important. I personally grew up in Zaria. Nobody ever gave me an indigent certificate. I respected myself. I knew my status in Zaria, so that helped me to live in peace with everybody. My dad and we lived with everybody, even though we were living in the Hausa Fulani community. So for those that are here, we should learn to respect our host community. It's very, very important. I think most of us are just being disrespectful. If we learn to respect people who host us, we're not going to have most of all these clashes we're having. So please, as Nigerians, respect for one another is very, very important. Respect for our host communities is very, very important. And learn to call it the way it is without fear or favor. What we are having on the plateau has nothing to do with elders, farmers. It is simply genocide, and people should respect the indigent. Plateau people have been very, very accommodating enough. We should respect them for that. Speaking, I think enough is enough. You can't be in your ancestral home. Somebody wants to somebody wants to chase you out of it. Nobody will agree to that. We should understand that. Nobody will agree to that. So please, when somebody hosts you, it is your responsibility to respect the person and know your boundaries. If this is done, we're going to have a peaceful Plateau, a peaceful Middle Belt, and a peaceful Nigerian. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I want to personally thank everybody who has stayed here. We have tried. Thank you so much for your patience. But before we go, of course, it will be disrespectful if I do not call the person that put this town hall together. When we visited the military and the Commissioner of Police yesterday, they introduced the GOC and the Commissioner with very big names, and I learned my lesson, so I'm going to do the same. I want to introduce the Editor-in-Chief and Managing Director of News Central Television, a true Pan-Africanist, and a broadcaster par excellence, a leader, a brother, a father. If the media is called the fourth estate of the realm, we'll call him the estate agent. He's the one who has put this together, and I'd like you to please put your hands together for him as he comes forward, Mr. Kayode Akintemi. He is the Editor-in-Chief and the Managing Director of News Central Television. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bernard. Our fathers who are still around, we appreciate you. The fact that you cared so much, you stayed from beginning to the end. Please, ladies and gentlemen, help me say a big thank you by giving them a round of applause. I have to say a lot of thank you to everybody who's attended today, starting with the governor of Plateau State. I had a chat with him, and he personally committed to make sure that he will support by coming. Told me later that he had national duties that seemed to be quite important, and he's unable to attend. So he sent a very strong delegation from the Commissioner of Information to our Special Advisor on Middle Belt, and a number of other people, his CPS and others are here, and they've showed up and they've stayed. So I celebrate the governor of Plateau State, and I'm thankful to him, especially as well. Yesterday we paid a courtesy call, and he said he will be represented because he's not in town. So we had the deputy governor, the mummy of the state, Her Excellency Josephine Pio. We appreciate her as well. Then we had a visit to the GOC, and we were welcomed by the entire military team, loads of generals, major generals, and lieutenant colonels and brigadier generals. All of them sat in a room, and we had a long conversation, and it was worthwhile because we have learned a lot from the things that they are doing, and they've also listened to us, because we often say, in fact we say it all the time, that we have our finger on the pulse of the nation. And the way to do it is what we're doing right now, which is to make sure that we make this platform available to all Nigerians. We're not against anyone. We're in support of everyone. And we're praying to God that there will be peace in the land across the entire nation. I didn't hear anybody say amen to that. It's a prayer. So we believe that we have to keep working consistently to make sure that things get better every part of the country. My appeal will be to every single one of you. Actually, I must mention the CP, Commissioner Additional. He also received us very warmly yesterday. And then, of course, I must say thanks to the commandants of NSCDC, NDLEA, and others that have shown here today. So I was going to say that, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here, and for those who have spent the last over 3 hours watching, listening, commenting online and sharing their thoughts and experiences, as I'm saying thank you to you, I'm also saying to you very clearly, News Central, under my management, is committed absolutely 100% committed to the fact that we have to give this platform to the people. The people must come first. And it is because of you that we are. It is for you that we are. Our job is to make sure that your voices are heard. There are a lot of people who are hurting every day. There are a lot of people who are crying through the course of the night. And there are a lot of people who are going through the kind of trauma, troubles, tribulation that is unfathomable. But somehow they're managing to get through it and just wish that somebody will listen. But unfortunately, they don't get that chance. It is for people like that that New Central is out to give them a chance for their voices to be heard and to be amplified. So thank you for sharing your experiences here today. Thank you for sharing your knowledge, your understanding of the situation. Whatever part of the divide that you belong to in the situation that we have on hand, I want to beg you, I want to appeal to you. There is nothing on earth or in anywhere in the heavenly places that justifies the killing or burning of children. Absolutely no justification, none whatsoever. Children are like sins before God. They have no sins yet. They have not committed any sins except if you're punishing them for their parents, and that will be unjustifiable. Absolutely unjustifiable and unacceptable. The kind of situation that we witnessed in Benue, the Yellowater incident, I don't know how many people the people of Yellowater might have killed that justified the killing of 2 children that I saw burnt alive. There is nothing on earth that justifies it. Every time that image shows up in my head, it makes me almost teary. That how did we lose our humanity to the point where we say we want to avenge whoever we want to avenge? If this is supposed to be vengeance, both the Bible and the Quran and whatever else you study and you believe in, it says vengeance belongs only to Allah, to God. He is the one that avenges us, the one that takes care of us. So there is absolutely no point killing children, destroying the lives of women, raping women. There is no justification at all. Tit for tat does not allow anybody end up in a situation where you take my eye, I take your eye, we all become blind. And what's the value if all of us are blind? What's the value? There's none. So please, ladies and gentlemen, our fathers, our brothers, our sisters, whoever you are, wherever you are in the world, our appeal from New Central and my appeal personally to you will be, please, I beg you, let the violence stop. Let there be peace. Let peace reign supreme in the land. Because my area of passion, thank you, my area of passion will be for economy to grow, will be for us to say that the farmers are thriving, there is more than abundance of food in the land, that the herders are thriving, we have so much cattle, so much milk, we're exporting cattle and we're exporting beef and milk to the rest of the world. That will be a thing of joy for me. We want a situation where we will bring back what we used to have in Kano that I grew up knowing, which they said is the pyramids that we used to have then. We don't have them anymore. We would love to have that. Nigeria, as big and as arable farmland is on this part of the world, should be the food basket of the entire continent called Africa. But because of all the nonsense, because that's the only way I can describe it, it's absolute nonsense. Crazy and evil killing of people is nonsensical, but it has to stop. I can't make it stop. The best we can do, create this platform for everybody and make an appeal to every single one of you to say, please, let it stop. Let peace reign in Plateau, in the middle belt of Nigeria, in the entire Nigeria as a country. Let peace reign. We want to say thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the time that you have spent. We want to say thank you, and as you go, as many of you as we can, we will want your contact. And as many of you as you want, please feel free, get my contact. Anytime there is an incident, our job as the fourth estate of the realm, if anything happens anywhere, please take my contact, take our contact, my colleagues are here, so that you can call us. We're sending our reporters. We'll make sure we're there for you and with you, and we'll cover the story. We will not allow a situation where something happens to you and nobody gets to know. We don't want you to walk alone. We don't want you to suffer alone. We don't want you to not be listened to. You will be heard as long as New Central is under my management. You will be heard. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. As you're putting your hands together, I would like to ask that you please put your hands together for me too, for standing for 4 hours. Thank you very much. On behalf of the entire crew from New Central, those who are here in the Plateau State and those in Lagos, my name is Bernard Akede, and I would like to say a very big thank you to everybody from across the Middle Belt, not just in Jos, who have come here. We pray that everything will go well from here and that the deliberations taken here will yield forth peace and harmony across the Middle Belt. We want to say God bless the land of Plateau, God bless the Middle Belt, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so much.